Two. Oh, check 2. Hello. Kev, thanks for 7 months, tier 1. Thank you, Kev. I'm into House Atreides. Housin' Atreides fully loaded nachos. That's good. I hadn't heard that one. That's good. That's good, Jay. We worm-pilled? We worm-pilled over here? We should probably discuss this. Now, I feel like we're talking about spoilers for a book that came out in the was it 60s, the late 60s. So I'm going to talk a little bit about Dune 2. Again, the book came out a long time ago. There was a David Lynch movie in the early 80s. There was a sci-fi series in the early 2000s. You don't need to hop out. Listen, I don't need to go full deep into like spoiling the movie territory. But we should probably talk about this movie. I went to see Dune 2 last night by myself. Yeah, definitely don't leave. Don't turn off the stream. I agree with that. Don't leave or turn off the stream. I got to tell you, 2 things you want to avoid is that. Anyway, yeah, I went for a solo film viewing last night. I tried to rally a few of my friends here in Montreal to see if they wanted to go with me, and it was just not a good time. I could have probably done it later in the week or next week, but I wanted to see the movie. I don't want to go through a week of discourse about this without having seen the film. I'm not really sure it's a spoiler movie. Like, it kind of follows the exact plot you think it's going to, and it's great. Yeah, it's really just it's Dune. I mean, it's the exact plot of the film, and it's the exact second half that you kind of that it got set up. I did not get the bucket. No, I went for a meal at this Middle Eastern sandwich place before the film. I didn't get the bucket. I definitely did not fuck the bucket. I'll tell you that. Because I didn't even have it. And even if I did, I wouldn't do that because that would be a little weird. Fade Routha is my problematic fave. I mean, I think he's probably the highlight for a lot of people. I'm really into Austin Butler. I like actors that get weird with it, and he just seems like a kind of a weird freak, and I like when actors are weird freaks. I think that's very endearing. You know what? Even Bradley Cooper's been talking. I haven't seen Maestro yet. I did really like Star is Born. I thought that was really good. I saw him getting made fun of a lot for Maestro, which I kind of get. I still haven't seen it, but he's out there talking about he's spiritually channeling Leonard Bernstein and stuff. He's out there saying all kinds of weird stuff right now, and honestly, it's go for it. Go for it. I like when actors are weird freaks. I haven't seen Elvis, so I was pleasantly surprised. He was perfect. Yeah, and honestly, G Cluppy, I would recommend Elvis. I really liked Elvis, a lot more than I was planning to see. A lot more than I thought I was going to enjoy it. Yeah, when he was haunted by the Elvis accent, he had to unlearn it. That's great. Exactly. That's when I was like, I like this guy. And he's absolutely fantastic in that movie as well. No, that was fun. I got to be honest. It was a fun solo evening, and I think we're going to normalize the solo movie more. I obviously like socializing with people, hanging out with friends and stuff, but when you go to see a movie with a friend and you're just sitting next to each other, it's you're not talking during the film. You're not hanging out during the film. You're sitting there silently just watching the movie. Maybe you can talk about it after or whatever, but a lot of the time you're just going home. A lot of the time it's yeah, oh, did you like that? Yeah, me too. It was good. Okay, good. Have a good one. See you later. And that's it. It's easy to get a seat for this popular movie. I was able to get a decent seat because I'm just by myself. taking yourself out to lunch and a solo movie. Yeah, so I did a dinner and a movie last night, and this was maybe a little bit... Okay, so first of all, I thought I gave myself more than enough time, and then trying to get to the place that I wanted to go to, I was having like dinner indecision, so I think I cost myself about half an hour figuring out about what I wanted to eat. Because like the Scotiabank Cinema in Montreal, where I saw the movie, it's like connected to a mall, and normally I like to go get mall Chinese food before my movie. I love that like shitty mall quality Chinese food with the fountain diet soda and that's great. I always really enjoy that, but it was a little bit late, so the mall food court was closed, and then I had to readjust my dinner expectations. And then I kind of had some like indecisiveness, and I cost myself about a good 30 minutes. So then by the time I went to this Middle Eastern sandwich place in downtown Montreal, which I really like, whenever I'm down there, I like to go to. It's these like Persian sandwiches, which I've never really seen anywhere else. Really, really good. But then by the time I got it, it was like 15 minutes to the movie starting, like when I got my food. And I was a good 5 to 7 minutes away. So I had to go like just inhale this huge meal, which was not, that's fine. Like, look at me, I don't mind doing that. So I didn't time it perfectly. I didn't quite have the amount of time to like sit down and enjoy my meal as I would have liked to. It was assigned seating, yes. But I did make it just in time. And I really enjoyed it. But here's the kind of embarrassing thing. I saw the movie at 8. It's around like 2.5, 3 hours long. And early in the movie, I'm talking like 15, 20 minutes into watching this movie, I was like, I just want to sleep. I really would like to sleep right now. And then it became like an endurance test watching this movie, because like my body was just like, it's time to sleep now. My body was using the voice on me. Sleep. I was like really struggling. So I enjoyed watching the movie, but at the same time, it was this whole back and forth struggle the whole time trying to stay awake. I went to Dune at 11:30 a.m. for this exact reason. I don't know what I was thinking, going to the 8 p.m. Dune showing. But that's the thing, I was parenting up until up past the matinee time. So I could really only do it at night. So I really liked it, but it honestly was an endurance test for me. It was a struggle. I was constantly nodding off. Like, I didn't sleep for any extended period of time, but I was like in this that weird in-between zone when you're like forced. Sometimes you're on like a long road trip or whatever, and you're just like, you're really struggling to stay awake. It's in this kind of like almost in-between, this weird, surreal, psychedelic in-between mental state. So really did enjoy the movie. Like we said, it follows the path that I think it gets laid out. It's pretty faithful to the book. It did have some like nods to the Frank Herbert and David Lynch like weirdness of it, which I thought was cool. I really like Chalamet. I really do. I gotta say, I like him as a leading man. I think he's really good in this movie. The supporting cast is really good. I liked watching him progress from Paul to Paul Muad'Dib when he goes Muad'Dib mode in the final 45 minutes to an hour or so. It's quite satisfying, and Chalamet has kind of an intensity, and I think he handles that very nicely. Both sides to that character. I fell asleep watching Dune 2 in the theaters, and Tina just shouted, "This guy's sleeping," and everyone laughed. No, that didn't happen. But I do need to see it again, because I was not fully immersed in the movie, because I was in this constant battle with myself to not fall asleep. I'm trying to figure out the next one. If you're going to tease Anya Taylor-Joy as his sister, that means you got to fast forward like 30 years. Well, I guess there's kind of a built-in storytelling element where he's kind of like in connection with the future at the same time. And I think his Alia, doesn't she like age quicker because of the being mutated by the spice melange, that kind of thing? I don't know. Yeah, I liked Stilgar and Paul's relationship. I liked Stilgar always like like getting hyping him up. He was like the hype man. Every single thing he did, Lisan al-Gaib, is like every single thing that he does, he finds a way to spin it into this like into the prophecy. I liked that. That was fun. Really liked the Harkonnens and Phaedra and all that. I think he was, Austin Butler was just fantastic as kind of like Paul's sort of mirror, his opposite, who you realize by the end they have a lot more in common than you think. He was great. I was popping when he kept like just randomly stabbing all kinds of people. It got to be almost like a comic relief beat, like just like folks just getting stabbed. Underlings and slaves and whoever. Yeah, Batista's just big and roid raging all over the place. He was fun as Raban. Big satisfying. But like that's the big satisfying ending when they launched those missiles and there's the big like attack and they're riding the worms and everything. I was really, even with all the synth sounds and big special effects and all the crazy shit happening, I was really like, I was in like a big endurance test. So I would really like to see the movie again, but I did really enjoy it. Yeah, doing white savior discourse about it is interesting because it's spelled out pretty clearly, right? That it's like, they're literally using the Fremen, no matter what intentions he might have had originally. They're using him and his mother like using the Fremen for their own advancement, and it's satisfying to see him start leaning into that at the end, and you kind of see where it's going. I think that's the whole interesting thing about that story is that it's very much not it's like a critique of the white savior story, you know. I think overall, I saw a lot of hype about this movie. People talking about like it's Empire Strikes Back, or it's like on the, like, I don't think it's quite. It never reaches that level of like iconic to me. I liked it. I liked the movie a lot. I would give it a solid 4 stars. Empire is based on Dune and Avatar as well. Avatar also heavily influenced by Dune, but honestly though, I think overall, just in terms, even stylistically, I prefer Avatar. I'm more of an Avatar guy and a James Cameron guy. Just the way that it's like, they're just two different approaches to filmmaking, right? It's just like the maximalist approach, the approach that so heavily leans on spectacle, versus Denis Villeneuve's like more like minimalist. They almost like this. The spectacle is almost there just because it has to be. Whereas like every single thing that's going on in Avatar and James Cameron's films are just like, it's so teeming with life and all craziness every single shot. But it didn't quite reach that level of iconic for me. I definitely enjoyed it. With the first one, I actually liked it a lot more the second and third time that I watched it. So perhaps this one will grow on me a little bit more as well. I did really like it. Most obvious imperialist metaphor. I can't believe the House Atreides is portrayed as the good guys. I mean, it's one thing that I like about the David Lynch version, like even before they even get to Arrakis, and they've got the epaulettes and like the really like the colonialist garb, which is cool. But like I was rewatching the first one as well, and it's crazy how like they look like SS uniforms that they're wearing, like right at the very beginning. And I really liked that. Yeah. I haven't seen either of the movies, but some of the visuals I've seen on Twitter are really gorgeous. That's where Villeneuve shines, based on Blade Runner and Arrival, which I have seen. Yeah, I would definitely recommend checking out the first one, Red Scary. Totally, like, again, I don't think it's reaching like levels of like iconic that maybe some people are trying to position it as. But still really worthwhile, visually really incredible, and a lot of cool stuff in there. I got some food here. I made some eggy rice. I made some eggy rice right before getting started here. And I think I'm going to eat it now. Well, it's good. That's nice. That's very nice. Yeah, like you're saying, it's true that like the kind of monoculture that Star Wars had will never be seen again. I guess I didn't mean iconic like that. I just mean in terms of like the quality of the film. Like that's definitely true that you can never capture really a moment in time to that same extent. Because the signal to noise ratio is so much more different. Whereas you have like Star Wars coming out like it's this like atom bomb blowing up this kind of certain kind of film culture. But still just in terms of the overall execution. You know, I really didn't find myself standing there being like, this is one of the best movies that I've ever seen or anything like that. Really enjoyed it, but didn't quite get to that level. I really like when he meets Gurney Halleck again. He says, "You young pup." That's such an emotional moment in the David Lynch movie when he sees Patrick Stewart. He sees Patrick Stewart again after he thinks he's been lost. "You young pup." There's a lot to like about that David Lynch version, but I like that in this new one as well. Folks, it's Monday. It's Monday and I'm not acknowledging your latching on to little verbal flubs bit. I'm just not doing it. Oh, for sure, Carnauba. Yeah, some very contemporary resonances for me in the scene where Paul and Chani are running under the spice crawler, doing people's war against an enemy thopter with shoulder-launched rockets. Absolutely. And it's really satisfying. It was very, very satisfying. It's no Avatar, to be sure, and I agree, dude. Control. I agree. I think you all know my feelings on Avatar. In fact, it's going to be... I would be really interested if James... Because Avatar is very clearly influenced by Dune, as is Star Wars. It would actually be really interesting turn for Avatar for the third and fourth films if it ended up being kind of a similar arc. If the Na'vi ended up getting on spaceships and going out to colonize the galaxy, that would actually be kind of an interesting way to lean into that kind of Dune reference. I think we all agree that the main thing we should be talking about regarding Dune is how the financial system could be set up better. I saw some of the finance sicko talk. Hey Lioness, how's it going? Avatar, it's so good. I'm still holding out on this. If Avatar Island has one inhabitant, I am there. Yeah, the space derivatives. That's the thing. I love that we've gone into like space feudalism. Yeah, you've got all these great houses controlling these monopolies. You've got the Spacing Guild, their monopoly. And yeah, the Spacing Guild should just divide up all their spice profits into some kind of like toxic tranches. Bundle them together, bundle all the toxic tranches together, and then sell those tranches to people that want to increase their standing, their house's standing. Sell those tranches full of toxic spice assets, and then they can short those. And that's how you make infinite money. Great houses controlling monopoly is not feudalism, it's capitalism with aristocratic characteristics. Well, it's interesting as well how much that our current system is still like that. We just kind of pretend that that's not the case, especially in Canada. It really is just it's like 5 or 6 great houses and they control everything. But then the way it's been set up, it's like, no, it's not like that. Wink. No, don't worry. We're not doing any of this great houses stuff. It's a meritocracy. Wink. It's all just kind of hidden beneath the surface. Yeah, so you package all the toxic tranches together of the spice assets. You sell those to lesser great houses with the Galactic Federation seal of approval. Give a AAA rating to those tranches of toxic assets. You sell those to houses that are trying to increase their stature, and then you bet on them to fail. Right? Easy money. Easy money. What could possibly go wrong? This is a really nice lunch that I put together for in 5 minutes. Really good. What is the real world analog to spice? Well, I guess it'd be oil. It would be like if oil and cocaine were combined into one thing. It's oil, but it's also something that people ingest that mutates them and gives them special abilities. So it's like oil cane is basically what it would be. And there's whole religions based around it. Vyvanse. It's like if Vyvanse could make your car go.
You can count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Pumpkin spice.
He who controls the pumpkin spice controls the universe. GMO Radio, thanks for 30 months of tier 2. But seriously, you could probably get a lot done if in late September, you threatened to nuke all of Starbucks pumpkin spice reserves, you would have a lot of leverage. You would have a lot of leverage if you said, like, if you don't follow our demands here, we're gonna blow up the pumpkin spice reserves. You'd have a revolt. You'd have a revolt on your hands. The dude in finance poster is the same type of guy who loves AI because he thinks it's unfair that he has amazing ideas but no artistic skill to execute them. It is a funny thing to speculate on. Cooking my pumpkin spice in a shack like God intended, like in like an old like abandoned RV. We're cooking. And right, there is no AI. That was what the Butlerian Jihad was all about. Ugh. I was a little disappointed by the lack of guild navigators as well. No offense to your profession, Rob, but I could get behind a Butlerian Jihad. I don't know. I'm the opposite. I want to put the AI in charge. I want to get the human beings out of here. Hey, we blew it. The space slug was great in the original movie. It's honestly, like, as much as it's flawed, the David Lynch version, like, it's definitely flawed, but, like, there's a lot to like about it. That was my takeaway. That was really my takeaway from the first one, which I liked, but it really did make me appreciate the David Lynch version. Especially, like, the costumes, the production design, the set design, and this kind of stuff. It really did. They really went for some weird shit in that. And the guild navigators are fucking great. Lynch's Baron Harkonnen is much better. Yeah, I mean, the Harkonnens are pretty cool in those movies. He's extremely fucking disturbing. I liked the new Harkonnens. But yeah, there's a lot to like about that Lynch version. I think Kyle MacLachlan was a bit of a miscast. I love Kyle MacLachlan. He's fantastic in Twin Peaks, and he's an actor that I like a lot. I don't think he could quite pull off the Muad'Dib stuff. You know, he can be this snot-nosed little princeling. He was not great as the leader that he's supposed to turn out to be, which Chalamet I thought nailed. No spacing guild. I think Villeneuve had no choice but to cut them out, or there would have been too much dialogue and not enough visual splendor. The result is more of a romance-driven story. I don't know. I mean, Carnot, but like between Dune Part 1 and 2, what are we talking about? It was almost 6 hours of screen time, 5.5. Like, I think you can give 15 minutes to the Spacing Guild and the Guild Navigators in that, somewhere in that 5.5 hours. You know, it doesn't have to be a big focus, but considering how important they are to the universe and the mythology and the economy that they're talking about, the society and the economy. It's also hard to see him in that role in hindsight because his role as Dale Cooper is so iconic and he has such a very public profile because of that. Yeah, and it's a very kind of quirky, weird kind of He as an actor, he never really did like intensity, you know? He doesn't have that kind of like gear, I don't think. Maybe he does, I don't know. I think Carnova is right, though. As a director, Villeneuve isn't interested in that kind of exposition. He's a mood guy. Well, he specifically said it in an interview about this movie, too. He's just like, I don't like dialogue. It's like the dialogue is just getting in the way of the visuals. I don't even say spectacle, because it seems like it's not always spectacle either. It's more just like mood and visuals and like the scene. Too much exposition will turn me off immediately. Yeah, and honestly, like, Villeneuve even said in this movie, he was like, I tried to make a sequel that you could just walk into and just know what's, like, no, without having seen the first one, but I did not get that impression at all. Like, when I was thinking about last night when I was watching the movie, like, if I had just walked into this and I had not seen the first film and I had no idea what Dune was about, I don't know. I don't really think that would work. He completely rewrites why Shaddam has his cousin Leto assassinated. Instead, it's the sisterhood who influences him to do it. Yeah, that, because it's been about 20 years or so since I read the book, so I guess I would have to go back to that, because it's been quite a while. I did read the four main novels. Yeah, I agree. You should go full RTs to make a silent film if he really hates dialogue. Like, I think you really have to have maybe a little bit more of that. Yeah, Lady Jessica was good. Yeah, that's the thing. I don't think I would have gone into this not knowing anything about Dune. I would have been very confused about a lot of things. What else do I have to mention? Oh yeah, just the whole casting. The casting of Christopher Walken as the emperor, the Padishah emperor. How do we feel about that? I almost think like it's really hard to cast Christopher Walken in anything like that, because it's just like it's almost like a joke immediately, you know? I was not expecting it. I don't know if I couldn't remember if I had read that. I was surprised though when Walken showed up on screen. I was like, what? Oh, really? Wow. You know, you wonder why I betrayed House Atreides. I loved Duke Leto. It was my own family. You know? I was kind of surprised to see Walken in there. It didn't totally work for me, honestly. As good as he is and he can be, it was a little distracting. It's like Nick Cage is hard when someone's an IRL meme. After the initial surprise, it was good though. Yeah, it was not terrible. It definitely took me out of it a little bit. But the thing is though, Nick Cage can be really great when he shows up and he's doing something totally different. Like you see Nick Cage in Adaptation and he's like invisible. You barely even see him, regardless of all the Nick Cage mugging and overacting and all that stuff. He's doing something completely different. So I thought maybe if Walken was going to do something totally against type or totally different, it would have been one thing. But he's like, no, he's just Christopher Walken. I love Nick Cage too. Yeah. Again, I talked about actors being weird freaks. I mean, Nick Cage is right up there. He's in a lot of bad movies, but he's almost never not entertaining. And when he's in a really good movie, he's fucking great. Anyway, I really enjoyed Dude 2. Solid 4 stars for me. I don't think it reaches the levels that maybe some people were saying that it does. I would like to see it again. The first one grew on me a lot after the first viewing, so I would like to see it again. I really enjoyed it. And I had a fun evening on my solo movie venture. Just it was seeing at 8 o'clock was that was not a great idea. Did you get popcorn? No, I just had a full meal like right before I went to the movie. But midway through, I did leave to go get a Diet Coke because I was that fucking tired. I was like, I need to. If I don't do something, I'm gonna fall asleep and miss like the last hour of the movie. I was like, I have to physically get up and walk around and get a diet soda. Rookie mistake, full meal right before 3-hour movie in leather chair. That could have been part of it as well, yeah. I have to get the popcorn with the movie. Don't care if I just ate. Honestly, I think I made a mistake on this one. Because I did definitely like 20 minutes into the movie, I was just like, oh man, I would love to have a soda and a popcorn right now. Perfect drink for the movie, a spiced Coke. No, I haven't tried it. No. How much is the ticket? Mine was $17. Mine was, it was like $20. It was not cheap. And I got my meal before. That was expensive. It was getting pricey. And I could not afford to go see this movie, by the way. I didn't mention that. I couldn't really afford to go out and spend $50 on seeing a movie. But sometimes you just got to be like, fuck it. You can't afford to take yourself out. This is what it's come to. This is what it's come to. It was a nice evening, though, honestly. It was nice. But the economy is so good. Exactly. Yeah. I have to go on Half Price Tuesday. Yeah, we did. They are bringing back the cheap Tuesdays. Those are nice. When I saw Iron Claw, that was like $5. I might start doing more of those Tuesday movies. We smuggled in chips, candy, and beer. Yeah, that sounds nice. I got an alert for a suspiciously large transaction. It was my groceries. No, everything's going great, though. Everything is going just totally fine.
You can count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Here's a return on your space jihad investment.
Thank you, Ray AA, for 3 months tier 1. I appreciate it. Thank you. And yes, please, if you can, subscribe today or any other day. I had a limited amount of time last week, only 2 days last week, and only a couple days this week as well, because I'm going to be doing some March break stuff with my kids. So
You can count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Alert, alert, alert. We have detected a suspiciously large purchase of NUTTELLA.
thank you, Moist Outlets, for 36 months tier 1, and congratulations to you for the 36 months elite sub badge, the shimmering, glistening pearl sub badge. 3 entire years. Thank you, Moist Outlets. I can't go out and watch movies anymore because our cinemas are in shambles with terrible sound quality, and our ads that run for far too long before the movie are so unbelievably loud and obnoxious. Yeah, I'm fortunate to still live in a place where it's pretty easy to do, but I guess it's not always the same thing everywhere. I did not get the bucket. No, I did not get the bucket. There's a nice movie theater up on Cavendish in Montreal. There's like a mall. There's Cavendish Mall, and there's the theater in there. I think it's called CineStars. It's really good. They just redid it. There's a bar, and they got those big like leather seats that like recline. It's got like those reclining leather seats. I would have fallen asleep for sure if I had been watching it in that. You put your feet up and everything. I would have been for sure sleeping. I love to go to a movie, but every time I go, the teens are there. That is terrifying. That is scary. I'm sorry to hear that. I hate the new recliner seats. It grosses me out, and they're too big. Why does it gross you out? Just like the different people that are sitting in it? I'm a big boy, so I like to be in there. I have no beef with teens, but I like to pretend I do. I don't have beef with the teens, but also I don't feel super comfortable existing in the same space as them. You know, I got no problem. You know, go and be a teen wherever you are, whatever you want to do. I feel weird and uncomfortable and really conscious of my own mortality when I'm like existing in a space with them. Not many things better than going to the cinema high, and I was a little bit last night as well, Sam. I like to go in the middle of the day or on the weekday or late at night. Yeah. I gotta be... The late night movies might be tricky for me moving forward. I really spent a lot of this movie last night really struggling to not fall asleep. I was high on spice. 500 teens went to Atlanta Six Flags for opening weekend and got into teen brawls there. That sounds just so stressful. And there was a guy on the metro on the way there. There was a guy who had like, because you know, you go and in public spaces, you see people that are going through with bad times, people that have addiction, people that are going through homelessness. It didn't strike me as someone that was like that though. This person, like they were in like, I don't know how to describe it. Just looked like if he wasn't acting strangely, I wouldn't think that there was anything the matter with this guy. But he was like kind of aggressive. He like threw his bag down on the ground. He was like kind of like being shouty. I had headphones in listening to Steely Dan, so I didn't totally catch what he was talking about. But he like threw his bag down on the train, on the metro, and he was kind of like walking around and kind of like just acting weird. And I noticed that like he had like paint. He had like paint all like down his sleeve and in his pocket. And I was like, what's going on with this guy? And then when I saw him, he had like paint all like in his lip and everything like that. I feel like he was doing like a Charlie from It's Always Sunny kind of situation. I think there was a guy that was high on huffing paint on the metro. He had like paint all over, like green paint, and then like green paint like all on his lips. I was like, come on, buddy. Like, if you want to get high on huff and paint in the privacy of your own home, you know, like, go for it. I don't think I would recommend that. But you know what I mean? Like, if you want to do that, get high on paint, you know, whatever, go for it. I didn't even know that was real. Get out a can of whipped cream. This is what I was wondering too. It looked like he was drinking it. Like, it looked like he was taking big glubs of it or something. I'm sure you're not supposed to eat the paint. I'm almost positive. A Twitch streamer DIY green screen incident. I don't know. It was really perplexing. I was like, I could get off this train. He's giving me an unsettling vibe. Do not huff or eat paint, says Mistress of Insanity, our official medical correspondent. So I think medically, officially, we can officially not endorse eating or huffing paint. If I saw a guy with paint around his mouth, I'd probably move to another train car. This is the problem, though, Red Scary. Like, the new cars, there's no cars. Like, it's all just this big, long tube, which is actually quite cool because you can, like, look and see the turns coming. But there's no real way. It's like you would just walk away, and he would just watch you, like, walk a few feet away. Anyway, that was strange. I guess that was the last thing about my evening that I wanted to report. A big long tube, innit? That's right. I have seen people literally doing other drugs in the train. I'm like, whatever, none of my business. Paint on the mouth is where I draw the line. It was really strange. He's one of those chrome boys from Fury Road. Like, that's what it looked like. But it was like bright green paint. Come on, buddy. I hope he's okay. Well, I hope he gets the help he needs. Me too. That's not a situation you want to find yourself in. One time a guy on meth or crack or something on a bus I was on smoked some drugs in the back and then kicked out the back door. The bus was moving to get off. Well, I guess he needed to go. He needed to get off. You know? What can we do? Living is truth, exactly. You don't tell me when the bus stops. I will decide when I get off the bus. Thank you. Barbara, I'm just happy to hear that you're okay now. I'm happy to hear that you're doing fine now. I got into some weird stuff as a teen, but never that. Never that. I actually just remembered this, but there was like a guy a couple grades older than me who died in Brockville. I don't know if he was huffing paint or like nail polish remover or doing some kind of whippets and died while walking back to school. So I think this became kind of a cautionary tale. Dare scared me too much. I never even skipped class. Yeah, that's how they get you. I definitely did some very stupid shit. I'll tell you that much. I did some very stupid shit. That I will not deny. Huffing is so dangerous because your brain is right there. Yeah, for sure. You're really just putting a bunch of chemicals right on the old brain. Well, anyway. Anywho, that was the hour of chit chat or so. I guess there's plenty of stuff to get to, so I should probably talk about the news at some point. I do have a little bit longer to stick around today. So I'm going to try and do this stream for 5 hours. It is really bad. It is. But I have another number of things saved that I want to look at. I want to look at more of this, at some of these clips of George Galloway. We talked a little bit about the George Galloway thing on Friday. And he gave a really remarkable interview the night of his election that I really think is worth taking a look at. And like I said, I think there's the interview with this guy dude. It's kind of an iconic
you can
interview.
Count on me. You're gonna have good old Rob.
The Italian thing is going to be interesting to talk about. Definitely. Thank you, Dimitri, for the 21 months. I know very little about him, but he's great at dealing with the media. Well, this is the thing. There's a lot that I like about George Galloway, and particularly his foreign policy views. Most, if not all of which, I am pretty much in agreement with. You know, I think he's got the line on foreign policy. Like we talked about, he's a weird reactionary dipshit when it comes to, he's while claiming to stand for marginalized people that are around the world in the global south, can't quite find it within himself to stand with marginalized people in our own society. And in fact, heaps in trying to, making them increasingly marginalized, talking about LGBTQIA plus people and trans people in particular. So that's the thing. It's that's all I really want from a political figure. But so that's the thing. That's what I want to focus on talking about Galloway. He does have the way to talk to the media and the way to deal with these kinds of bad faith narratives, the way to talk about this foreign policy stuff. He gets it. And the way he talks to this Sky News guy, well, that's an important thing as well, Red Scary. He's British, so of course he's deranged about trans people. That it's not like people in the Labour Party have good views about trans people. That for whatever fucking reason, the weird insanity that people have, an obsession over trans people and gender, there's just, I don't ask me to explain it. Don't ask me to explain it. Possibly a consequence of the Victorian chemicals that are left in the Thames. Yeah. So I think we can and should critique that. Like I said on Friday, though, I think Gaza right now is the most important thing. And no, Corbyn is great. If Corbyn acted like George Galloway and treated his detractors in the media and in politics like Galloway does, Corbyn would be the man. It's you have a synthesis. You have Galloway, which gets the foreign policy stuff, gets how to deal with these fucking losers in the media and in the political system, has this total unapologetic take no prisoners approach. And I see it and I'm just yes, this is how you do it. This is how you talk to these people. This is how you deal with these people. This is the way. When we talk about electoralism and electing progressive minded people to run in these bourgeois parties or whatever, or these electoral systems, I'm this is the way to do it. He's got it. Corbyn correctness on issues and Galloway media style is Lenin behavior. This is what I mean. It's we're so close. We're so close. Galloway is not the guy, but he's showing on some angles the way to do it. This is how, like, exactly how he talks about Sunak in this interview. Of course, they're freaking the fuck out over Galloway, which is I think one reason that we should at least very critically support what he's doing. Like I said, Gaza is the number one story right now, and we need people like George Galloway infiltrating these kinds of institutions and making these critiques. You know, anything that's going to give a bloody nose to the ruling class in either the Tories or the liberals in whatever Western democracy is something that I think we need to support at this time. Okay, let's just look at this. Because I honestly thought this interview was remarkable. And I just want to keep prefacing this. When I talk about George Galloway, please don't take this to mean some kind of like blanket support for his like whatever reactionary social views that he has. I don't believe in tailing reactionaries when it comes to social issues. And this whole like this fusion between sort of an anti-imperialism with this more social conservatism, I think it sucks. It's this like LaRoucheite thing. I don't like it. In terms of the way he talks to the media, he's got it. This is what I want to see from people in this movement. Yeah, Red Scary. That's just an unbelievable line. And just like that whole thing, because of course they're freaking the fuck out about George Galloway. Hold on, excuse me one sec. You know, they're freaking the fuck out about George Galloway. Like, there's no limit to how far right you can be, and you win an election. People will be like, well, they got elected, you know, like, what can we do? They're freaking the fuck out over George Galloway, though, because of his views on foreign policy. People are losing it. He's like a tanky Putin guy. And of course, Rishi Sunak gave this public address to talk about the results of this by-election. He's talking about how scary it is. And like the whole media machine is starting up the exact same playbook that they did with Corbyn, right? Oh, Jewish people are so threatened. Oh, it's this really, look at this scary thing that happened. This man was elected. He's this pro-Hamas, pro-Hezbollah, pro-Putin guy. Oh, it's so scary. And like we talked about before, when they did that to Corbyn, a lot of people in that movement tried to support Corbyn while also throwing gasoline on that fire and giving credence to these kinds of claims or attacks or suggesting that there's validity to them. And he has the way that it needs, like, you see him talk to the media and it's like, this is how you do it, you know, and he doesn't give them an inch. He's never surrender, never apologize, never on his back foot, always on offense, not allowing any of this narrative to like, oh no, of course. I want to make sure that everyone feels comfortable. He's not interested in making people comfortable. He's like, I'm elected. I was elected to do this specific thing, and I'm going to do this specific thing. And when they're trying to tell him like, oh, but all these people are so terrified, he's like, well, I've got the majority. They elected me. I'm the winner of the that's democracy. And it's amazing how there's already like all these people that are like, well, you should be able to run for anything in our electoral system. You know, that's what we say. Go run for something. If you want to change anything, you go run, you get people to vote for you. And then all of a sudden when this guy gets votes, people are like, whoa, we can't do this though. We can't have this. You can't run and talk like this. I just want to say that the world discussing UK politics is just an anachronism. They're not really a relevant global political force. I mean, you see the example of how like illusory power is. Like they, by all means, like they should not be. They should not be an important political force anywhere anymore. But it's just through the weight of their history, through the weight of their kind of like the influence that they've had on Western society. they're still, regardless of like how ridiculous it is, they're still like the primary, probably junior partner in the rules-based order, the Anglosphere, right? They're probably the top junior partner in the Anglosphere. Galloway is not the perfect man, but he has a lot of what leftists need, a lesson in refusing to capitulate. Yeah, and this is why I want to talk about him. Like I said, it's not a blanket support for all of his views. But when it comes to talking about foreign policy and dealing with the media, he's fucking got the stuff. That's exactly, from my perspective, that's exactly what I want to see from people that are engaging with this political system. If they're going to engage with it at all, this is the approach that you have to have. I was blown away by this interview, honestly. Okay, I guess this is the whole thing. This is the whole interview.
I'm standing.
Not that. Not that. There we go. But like I said, this is why I want to talk about him. Not because I think he's perfect. It's just, to me, this is close. This is really close to what we need. We need someone that takes this stance, this unapologetic stance on imperialism, on internationalism, and also just has progressive social views for their own society. You know? Why is that so hard? It's really close. We're close with someone like Galloway, but we're not quite there. If someone treats people in the media like Galloway and has this unapologetic internationalist stance like Galloway, and is also not a weird freak when it comes to like what people do with their lives, you know, whether it's when it comes to like these kind of social views, then we're going to be cooking. It shouldn't be this hard. I agree. And in fact, Malema in South Africa is that guy. Like, he's doing the kill the farmer song, kill the boar, kill the farmer song. And he's also being like, we stand with trans people. Like, it's really not that fucking difficult, but eventually we're going to get there. Anyway, let's look at this interview. This was honestly one of the most remarkable political interviews that I've seen in quite some time.
Here at George Galloway's campaign headquarters.
This is a masterclass in not letting these media dipshits create a narrative, and to not give any credibility to the freak out on the part of the ruling class, and in fact recognizing that the ruling class freaking out is evidence that you're on the right path.
Galloway, did you just watch the Prime Minister's speech?
I didn't watch it, but
Should we watch the Sunak speech first, actually? I want to see like the Sunak speech, because I didn't actually watch it. It's just 1:32.
In recent
Little hit
weeks
clip
and
here.
months, we have seen a shocking increase in extremist disruption and criminality.
So first of all, number one, this guy's talking about this like threat to democracy. This man was elected. Like, whatever you think about the guy, he was elected in this by-election. And they're talking about it's somehow like when someone isn't elected, it's like an affront to democracy. This motherfucker was not elected. No one elected this guy as the Prime Minister of England. Like, what the fuck? And he's talking about, they're talking about like the threat to democracy and everything. Unelected PM.
Has descended into intimidation, threats, and planned acts of violence. Jewish children fearful to wear their school uniform lest it reveal their identity. Muslim women abused in the street for the actions of a terrorist group they have no connection with. And it is beyond alarming that last night the Rochdale by-election returned a candidate who dismisses the horror of what happened on October the 7th who glorifies Hezbollah and is endorsed by Nick Griffin, the racist former leader of the BNP. Yes, you can march and protest with passion. You can demand the protection of civilian
Big butt
life.
coming.
But no, you cannot call for violent jihad. You can freely criticize the actions.
Well, ironically, you can. You can call for a violent jihad in the name of a Jewish supremacist Zionist country. You can actually. You can go on the street. You can call for violent bombing campaigns. You can do it in the media. You can do it in the House of Parliament. You can do it on the street. No problem, as long as it's in service to this, this Jewish supremacist colonialist project. Then you can do it. If you go in the street or on the media or in politics and talk about the ability of oppressed and colonized people, whether they're in Palestine or Lebanon or Syria or wherever else, and you agree with their right to defend themselves from the people that are colonizing them, that's what you can't do. You can't have that. So let's be clear, when he says that kind of thing, you can protest, you can do this, you can't call for violent jihad. You can. It just depending on who you're talking about. If you're talking about the right of Israel to kill 15,000 children, you can do that. No problem. We got John Fetterman still doing it to this day, and plenty of people in the UK Parliament as well. Probably 99% of people in UK Parliament fully agree with Israel's right to defend itself by just mass murdering people. But if you want to talk about the right that people in Lebanon or Palestine or Syria or Iraq or wherever else to defend themselves, that's a big no. That's a big no-no.
Of this government, or indeed any government, that is a fundamental democratic right. But no, you cannot use that as an excuse to call for the eradication of a state or any kind of hatred or anti-Semitism. This week, I've met with senior police officers.
And the way that Jews are held and weaponized, and Jewish people's feelings are weaponized, and just say Jewish people are opposed, they're fearful, they're scared. And George Galloway scares them while ignoring the fact, obviously, as we've talked about millions of times, that there are Jewish people as part of this movement. The pro-Palestine movement, the anti-Israel movement. Jewish people are not some monolith of people that are scared or not scared or feel a certain way about certain things. Some Jewish people who support Israel do feel very alarmed by these kinds of things. But we can't control that. The idea that Jews feel a certain way about anything is racist in and of itself. And Galloway calls this out as well.
And made clear, it is the public's expectation that they will not merely manage these protests, but police them. And I say this to the police: we will back you when you take action.
Yeah, no shit. So yeah, they're calling other people fascist, as there's basically an implicit threat of police violence towards these protesters now.
Understood the first part of it related to the Rochdale by-election.
The Prime Minister has just said that your election of you to Parliament is beyond horrifying. What do you say to that?
Well, I can understand how disappointed he is about the by-election. The Conservative Party, which is the government of the country, was crushed, not just by me, but by an independent candidate.
Honestly, this is one of the most remarkable interviews that I've seen in quite some time.
Outside of Rochdale. So it was a disastrous night for the Conservatives and a disastrous night for Labour. I got more votes than Labour and the Conservatives and the Liberal Democrats and the Reform Party put together, which adds up to a pretty crushing rejection of the two-party system. So I understand why he's alarmed.
I want you to address some of the specifics that the Prime Minister said about you this evening. He said that you backed Hezbollah. Is that true?
I don't know what that means, backed Hezbollah. I oppose Israel's occupation of Lebanon, and I respect the right of people in occupied territory to resist their occupier. And I've done so since Hezbollah was formed and Israel occupied much of Lebanon. right up to the Litani River, regularly bombing Beirut and so on. So I'm not sure what business that is of his, because you see,
Hezbollah are a terrorist organisation.
Actually, they're part of the government of Lebanon, a country with which we have sovereign diplomatic relations. I had this debate with Sky's Anna Botting in 2006. It's quite an epic clip. You should watch it. More than 100 million people have. They said all these things about me in the by-election. And in the by-election, it was them that got crushed in the democratic process. So I'm not sure why he would reheat it now.
The Prime Minister is saying
talk
that
as
you
if
are...
this is God. We're talking about little Rishi Sunak in the fag end of his prime ministership. Don't talk to me as if he's come down from the mount with tablets of stone. The things that he says are somehow meant to awe me. They may awe you, they don't awe me.
A lot of people have just watched what the Prime Minister said. This is your opportunity to respond to what he said.
Well,
he says that there are forces here at home trying to tear us apart. He is implying you are a divisive figure. You have run an election campaign that has tried to appeal, particularly, not entirely, to one section of the community.
Who won the election? Me or Rishi Sunak? I've got the democratic mandate here, not Rishi Sunak. He didn't even come second. He was lucky to come third. So don't put to me statements made by Rishi Sunak as if I'm supposed to be impressed by them. He don't impress me much.
We at Sky have spent some time today on the streets of Rochdale, and there are people who say that they feel intimidated by people like you and the people that have supported you.
I have just
and they have pointed out that you have concentrated your campaign on foreign affairs, and they worry that Rochdale will not be the winner.
That's my answer to you. I was just elected with a thumping majority by the electorate.
I love that too, yeah.
That's all that matters to me.
So why are there people in the streets of Rochdale today worried?
Well, it's true. It's astounding too. It's like you win the election, and then you have this dipshit being like, "But people are so scared. People are so scared." It's like, what people? Most people voted for me. Most people actually support what I'm doing. I really, instead of being like, "Oh, I'm so sorry. Oh, I'm so sorry. How can we bring people together?" He's just like, "No, fuck you." I found one guy who's like really scared of you. Yeah. What about the people that, the establishment is shook. Honestly, people are shitting their pants over this. I thoroughly enjoy this man. Yeah, he's problematic. Okay, and I'll be the first to admit that. But I think in terms of elected officials, I've been waiting to see someone who responds to these totally bad faith campaigns in this exact way. Yeah, and I love the crowd gathering behind him too is really great as well.
Voted yesterday, and they voted for me. Why is that difficult for you to grasp?
Why are there people on the streets worried?
There may be people who didn't vote for me who are worried, but the majority, the thumping majority, voted.
Yeah, they were scared of Jezza and Bernie too. That's right. And like Jezza and Bernie were so nice. They were so nice to the people that had knives out for them. This man he's not interested in playing these fucking games. He recognizes that people have knives out for him, and he's like, okay, you want to get knives out? I'll get my Chris knife out. May thy knife chip and shatter.
Why are there people on the streets worried?
There may be people who didn't vote for me who are worried, but the majority, the thumping majority, voted for me. I've got the mandate, and I'm going to the House of Commons with it.
And it's a mandate, you think, to do what? Because there are people that listen to what you say about whether or not Israel has a right to exist, what you say about what many Jewish people think are threatening slogans.
We had this conversation last night. Why are you reheating it?
Because in the light of the Prime Minister's
Don't keep
statement.
telling me about the Prime Minister as if he was Moses.
Do you not respect the Prime Minister?
Do I respect the Prime Minister? I despise the Prime Minister. And guess what? Millions and millions and millions of people
Kill
in this
shot.
country despise the Prime Minister.
Kill shot.
I don't respect the Prime Minister at all.
What are you planning to
I'm
do
not playing this
next
fucking
week
game.
when you arrive in Parliament?
Enough games.
Well, I'm meeting the Speaker on Monday morning, and then I'll be introduced and sworn in. I'll be escorted by the Right Honourable David Davis MP, former Deputy Leader of the Conservative Party. I don't know why he would do that if he thought I was the kind of man you're clearly implying that I am. David Davis is one of the great parliamentarians of today and this age. And I'll be taking my seat in the House of Commons and speaking for the people of Rochdale. That's what I was elected to do.
And what is your message also to Keir Starmer?
My message to Keir Starmer is that the skids are under you in scores of Labour seats up and down the country, because you've lost the trust, you've lost the confidence of millions of your traditional loyal voters.
Now, we have now had an election where two of the candidates have alleged intimidation. The Prime Minister referenced that intimidation in his address on the steps
referring
of...
to the Prime Minister as if that's supposed to impress me. The Prime Minister is the Prime Minister is a rather diminutive, diminished and degraded politician. He made a party political statement. I don't care about Rishi Sunak's attitude. What I care about is that the returning officer, a man of unimpeachable integrity, I'm sure you'll agree, declared it a free and fair election, and me as the winner, and Rishi Sunak as one of the crushed two big parties in the state.
So why are two candidates...
Keep repeating the same questions to me, because I have other people to talk to. So let's make this the last one, shall we?
We got a party to deal with.
Allegations of intimidation, allegations that your supporters intimidated other candidates.
Five times you've said that. The returning officer declared it last night. You were there as a free and fair election, and me as the winner.
And also, they view this crowd that's intimidating. Oh, I'm being so intimidated. The really big crowd that's formed too. Oh, I'm so intimidated. I've been so intimidated. You know. This is the same all over the West. Well, yeah, because this is the playbook that is used to, like, destroy these movements and to disrupt these kinds of people. And that's exactly what happened with the Corbyn movement, like we've been talking about. And ultimately, the movement was destroyed by this kind of strategy, a two-pronged strategy from the political establishment working hand in hand with the media establishment to talk about these narratives and accusing them of supporting terrorism or this and that. Saying, oh, this and that group is terrified by your ascendants.
To talk you through all this.
Critical support for George.
Thank you, Regime Pilled, for the 19 months tier one. I really appreciate it. Yeah, and it is critical. Like, there's no... I want to keep reiterating this. It's not a blanket endorsement of all this man's views. What I'm saying, though, is that when it comes to issues of foreign policy and dealing with these bad faith narratives on the part of journalists and political figures, this is how you have to handle it. Not by like apologizing, not by being on the back foot, because like this is what he understands implicitly, and this is what the Corbyn movement didn't seem to understand, which is that these accusations are not being made in good faith. These accusations about like anti-Semitism, these accusations about, oh, this group feels really like scared and intimidated. They're not being made in bad faith. So you can't appease them. You can't be like, oh, I'm so sorry. What can I do to make people feel better? I don't want people to be intimidated. I don't want people to think that I'm a racist or I'm a terrorist or this or that. What do I need to do to make these people uncomfortable? The thing that you can do to make them feel comfortable is quit and go away. That's all that they want when they're making these kinds of accusations. And this is what he recognizes that I think a lot of people in this movement do not recognize. including people like in Canada, to take it from the Canadian angle, like in the NDP, apologizing constantly. It's like you're simultaneously trying to stand up for people in Gaza and trying to criticize Israel. And then you're like, oh, I'm so sorry about Spider-Man. Oh, are people scared about Spider-Man? Did Spider-Man at the Mount Sinai Hospital scare people and intimidate people? Oh, we got to denounce that. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Now people will take me seriously because they know that I'm totally serious. Well, this outrage is totally fake. It's completely fake. It's being made in total bad faith. And he recognizes that. And for whatever reason, you still have people in these political institutions here in the West that don't recognize that think that there's some way, there's some like combination of words that you can use to like make people feel better. Oh, when I say from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free, that scares people. They think it's a call for genocide. Oh, I'm so sorry. I'll stop saying it then. And when I go to a protest, I'll make sure no one else says it. And I'm going to police everyone so they know that I'm not trying to intimidate anyone. Oh, there's people at a protest that have images of a paraglider because Palestinians on October 7th had homemade paragliders that they escaped from their concentration camp with. But now those symbols make people really uncomfortable. Oh, well, we'll go and make sure that no one has those then. We want to make sure everyone's feeling comfortable. We want to make sure to denounce. We'll make sure to denounce very loudly anyone that has an image of one of these like paragliders now.
You can count on me.
Please just give us the list of sayings.
All this.
Give us the list of sayings we can't say and pictures we can't show and tell us exactly so we make sure that everyone feels comfortable. There's nothing because there's an accusation. This is not being made in good faith.
You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
It kills me watching his scrums and pressers when press gallery don't challenge him. Like who are you talking about? Strong bad emails? Oh, Polyev. Yeah. No, exactly. Of course, he doesn't fall victim to any of these like bad faith outrage campaigns, but this is what I mean. Like, this is the thing that it helped destroy the Bernie movement. All this stuff always so loud and shouty and like he's making women feel intimidated and he doesn't respect women. That was the whole thing. And his supporters on Twitter are making people feel uncomfortable. Or any of this stuff, none of these campaign, they're just trying to destroy you, they're trying to destroy you. They're trying to destroy your movement because you pose a threat to them. And with both the Bernie movement and the Corbyn movement, you had both of them always on their back foot. You have the NDP in Canada apologizing for this and that, apologizing for the Spider-Man guy and apologizing for the protest outside of Selena Robinson's office. Galloway, whether you like him or not, like I've talked about, I agree with Galloway's foreign policy views. I agree with the way that he treats the media and he treats these campaigns. There's a lot of things that I disagree with him on. And like I said, I think it's a big contradiction to say you stand up for people that are being oppressed and colonized when you won't stand up for people that are being oppressed in your own society. That's a big problem. That's something that we should talk about and we should not glorify, not just like completely overlook that. What he does that I like, though, that I want people to learn from, that are part of this world, is that this is how you deal with these bad faith narratives, that the media works hand in glove with the political establishment to try and manufacture these narratives to hurt you and destroy your movement. And when you recognize right away that it's in bad faith, it won't hurt you. Like nothing will stick to him. This reporter has tried repeatedly in like 8 minutes, have repeatedly tried to get him to back down on any of this or put him on the back foot, and he just won't let it happen because he knows that it's bullshit, and it is.
And the Electoral Commission today have said that they're going to look and talk to the parties.
Have to just suck it up. I won the election.
George Galloway, thank you very much indeed. That was George Galloway with his supporters now shouting bye-bye. Live on Sky News with his first reaction.
He's being intimidated
by the Prime Minister. You can see some of the reaction to...
Because, it's funny because they do the same thing with both these people and remember with China. Remember when there was the BBC guy in China and all these Chinese people were like, hey, get the fuck out of here. We don't like you. You keep saying stuff about China that's not true. We don't like you. And they're like, I was so intimidated by the crowds. They're this anti-journalist approach of literally just people being like, get the fuck out of here. We don't like you. We don't want you here. And that's what these people are doing as well. They recognize this little worm, like Strong Bad Emails, like you're saying. He's this like right-wing propagandist. Although he's part of this sort of like media class, he's viewed as being like objective or reasonable or civil or whatever, like the Chomsky thing. You know, if you believed anything different, you wouldn't be standing where you're standing. And people are recognizing what he's doing, and they're like, fuck you, get out of here. And then they say, oh, I'm so intimidated. The people in the crowd were so with their anti-free speech, anti-free press views. It's like, fuck off.
The way that George Galloway has responded to the Prime Minister's speech, to that extraordinary Friday night address on the steps of Downing Street. And you can see some of the atmosphere that I think the people of Rochdale have experienced themselves during this by-election.
The people, but except the people that voted for him, of course.
Dog-whistle politics from our establishment politicians.
And you can see the febrile atmosphere.
The people in this community are so terrified. It's like he pointed out 50 fucking times in that interview, I won. You're talking about people in this constituency that are like scared now. But it's like, but people voted for me though. The most people voted for me. So that doesn't make any sense to talk about. And he's sitting there talking about like it's this scary thing that's happened, that people voted for this man in a thumping majority, like he says. Yeah, the people in the community are in the fucking room. Sky News is right wing. Oh, not that there's that much difference between like liberal and right wing. Yeah, they can't fathom just not caring about the Prime Minister.
In this room, about an hour before a rally, a victory party for George Galloway's election is due to start. And you can hear the raw emotion addressed at other politicians and at others that criticise them. I think you've got
they're criticised? Oh no.
Of the politics right now in Rochdale that this constituency has been witnessing for the last few weeks. This will...
He's totally discounting the people in the community in the room.
I think...
Hell yeah, shut the fuck up, dude. Chanting for Palestine. And that's why, I mean, someone mentioned a couple minutes ago in the chat and called him a class reductionist. And like, he's definitely socially conservative, and that's something we should criticize and we should talk about. Like, I want to keep saying that so no one gets the wrong idea that I'm sitting here endorsing all his views. But I also wouldn't call him a class reductionist either, because like, I think focusing on empire and Palestine is not being a class reductionist at all. I think if you're ignoring all social issues to just focus on like having a better welfare state or whatever, that's something you might call class reductionist. But like when you're focusing on internationalism, you're focusing primarily on internationalism, empire, foreign policy. That's not being a class reductionist at all. Yeah, I want a socially progressive leader like that. Like that's really all I want. That's why when I wanted to talk about with this, Sean, you know, I really feel like it's almost there. If we could have someone that takes this kind of attitude about these bad faith campaigns, that centers someone within empire, that's centering empire, that's focusing on Gaza and Palestine and foreign policy, and is also just not a dipshit when it comes to social policies, then we're going to have something. And that's what I would like, is for some people on the left that have good views on social issues to look at what Galloway is doing and say, like, we can do this here. We can do this. Class reductionist is the cry of people who are either plants or too stupid to realize they're conservative. I don't know. I mean, like, I hear what you're saying, PM Trio. There's something to be said there for like ignoring social issues, like, or just like pretending that they don't exist and just focusing on class issues. I mean, you have to focus on systemic racism. You have to focus on colonization and indigenous rights and women's rights and LGBTQI plus rights. Like, this is very important. Sometimes I think people that focus too much on identity politics underrate, I think, how much certain class programs can be better, can have like a disproportionate impact on marginalized communities, like universal health care, for example, because we know often Black and brown and indigenous people have disproportionately bad results under the sort of for-profit system. So focusing on a universal healthcare system for everybody would actually disproportionately benefit some of these marginalized identities and racialized groups. But at the same time, you can't pretend that systemic racism or whatever, or these social issues don't exist. I don't agree with that either. For me, the scarier thing, like what we're seeing here in North America, is class tourism and cosplay, i.e. Polyev, a multimillionaire landlord. Well, not even a landlord, a strong bad emails, but like a lifelong political operative. Like, this is not some working class whisperer. The idea that there's like some working class movement in Canada that's like, yeah, this is the guy. This man definitely knows the value of hard work and labor and this kind of stuff. Just this lifelong like political operative dipshit. You know, the idea that he's like working class or can speak to these values in any way is just absurd. And that's one thing, like you were saying, strong bad emails, that our media contributes to. They contribute to this narrative. Oh, he's talking about these kitchen table issues that people around the country are wondering about, these kitchen table economic issues, while never like asking about this kind of contradiction. You know, never kind of like pursuing that in any way. He's literally been in a fucking suit and tie 24/7 for the last 30 years. I think he was born like that. He was born like Boss Baby. He came out of the womb in a suit and tie, just looking like an absolute lanyard nerd. I've been in Ottawa for 15 years and no politician is more despised here. Yeah. And him being a huge dipshit is one thing that gives me some hope that like he won't be leading some kind of big right-wing wave, you know? I mean, that's the frustrating thing about Pierre Poilievre and the way that the media doesn't do their job on this stuff, because he talks about these kitchen table economic issues, but no one asks like, or no, he's going to win, we're fucked. Well, I think he might, unless he alienates enough people by being a weirdo. He's talking about like, I don't know, like banning sex or whatever, you know? Probably enough people are going to be like, I don't know if I like this guy so much. Maybe they'll lose just by being complete fuck ups, but I don't know. I am kind of concerned that they are going to win, as I've said a number of times. But no one in the media ever questions this. They just say, oh yeah, he's talking about these kitchen table economic issues. And no one ever actually interrogates like what these economic policies that he's talking about are going to mean. Is it going to mean an enhanced social safety net? No. All it means, because he's like every other conservative. He's like every other conservative going back decades. All his like kitchen table economic policies are cutting taxes and cutting like red tape and regulations and kind of stuff. Cutting taxes for the bosses and the corporations and the landlords. And slashing social safety nets, which cause inflation. Inflationary spending, or he uses that kind of language. So slashing public health, slashing public education, slashing the social safety net, and lowering taxes for rich people. That's his big economic plan. And the media literally talks about him like he's this working class whisperer. He's talking to all these communities, these economically disenfranchised communities. Wow. Look at this guy. And like, that's all it is. It's just the same tired conservative economic program. And no one ever actually like asks him to spell this out to them. The only way that won't happen is if Trudeau finally reads the room and resigns, which would throw the CPC war room into disarray because they'd have to scramble to rebrand their entire campaign strategy, which is fuck Trudeau. But at the same time, though, like Trudeau has like a recognition that I think other people don't. Like, imagine if it's like Freeland, if it's Chrystia Freeland or like Mélanie Joly. I don't know. I don't think that would be any better. And they would just take the fuck Trudeau campaign and stick it onto them, you know? Liberals would never let a woman lead. I don't know. Maybe these people claim to care about the herstory and stuff and the she-covery and all this stuff. You'd think that they would maybe just eventually translate that into some actual, putting some skin in the game there. Interesting perspective. I mean, you're more of I don't want to dox you, so I don't want to talk about your. Anyway, we will see what happens, I guess. My whole point, though, talking about George Galloway was just, this is how you do it. This is how you deal with these media worms and these bad faith campaigns coming from the political establishment. Like I said, it works hand in hand, the political establishment and the media. If you challenge their power in any way, especially on a foreign policy level, they're going to come after you. And there's two things you can do. You can try and play ball and try to pretend that this campaign is just is some good faith thing. And you can find the right combination of words and phrases to make people feel comfortable. Or you can do what Galloway does, which is recognize that it's a bad faith campaign to begin with and just tell these people to go fuck themselves. And as of now, we've had a few people somewhat challenge the power structures. We see Rashida Tlaib is someone that I think has been willing to do that, has failed to do that on a few other foreign policy things, which is why we never really have someone that can fully get the formula correct. But I think Galloway, in terms of these policies, is the closest that I've ever seen to someone dealing with these narratives the way that I think he should. I despise the prime minister. When I heard that, I was just like, God damn, that's good. That is good stuff. That popped me for sure. And by the way, I'm so sorry, Diego. I forgot to say thank you. Diego gifted 2 subs 15 minutes ago. Diego, thank you. I appreciate it a lot. Thank you for that. Lyndon Johnson was pulled up in front of an NYT reporter he didn't like, pulled down his pants and took a dump. I'm no fan of Johnson, but that's awesome. Yeah, a little weird, definitely. But yeah, this ability to try and put people in their place. Maybe I wouldn't go that far. I think that's pretty gross. Both people in politics and people in the media. Now you have Obama was bending over backwards to make these people like him. Remember Obama? Obama loved fucking David Brooks and these New York Times columnists, and he was fucking obsessed with trying to make these people like him. And he was literally just making policies that he thought that the New York Times opinion columnists were going to say oh, this guy's cool. Instead of being fuck you. I have them what Galloway was doing, but Obama had a mandate of the entire country. Galloway just won this by-election. Obama had a mandate. He could have said that to people. He could have said, fuck you, to anyone that had a problem with him. I just got elected. I've got a mandate. I've got a historic mandate to do what I want. And instead Obama's well, please like me. Well, David Brooks, please like me. Well, I'm sorry. That's what I do have, a historic mandate. That's right. I do. That was last night. I went on a solo mandate. That was campaign Obama. That's right. Oh man. For a moment, it looked like that's what we were getting. It really did. Can we have a beer summit between the black professor who got the shit beat out of him by a fucking piece of shit cop? Can we have a beer summit so everyone stops getting mad at each other? I'm sorry. Because the media got mad at me because I said the cops did a bad thing. I said the cops in that case beat the shit out of this black professor on the steps of his own home. And Obama was like, the cops did a bad thing there. And they got so mad. Well, Obama said the cops that were bad. He said he hated the cops. He said that he wants the cops to die. No, I didn't say that. Well, I'm so sorry. Oh, please. Fuck. Man, you like the voices? Good. That's my ineffectual, coward, liberal voice. Please don't be mad at me. Don't be mad at me. I'm sorry. Oh, I'm going to apologize for the Spider-Man. Someone waved the Palestinian flag dressed as Spider-Man. I have to say sorry so people don't get mad at me. They're going to say that I support Hamas. I'm sorry. No more apologizing. Please. For the love of God, stop fucking apologizing to these people. This is the kind of entertainment you get at the Rob Rousseau show, folks. That's exactly right. And if you want to support that show, by the way, please subscribe if you can. I'm a little bit behind the 8 ball. I've been losing time. I've been losing a couple days. Really hoping to get to the sub goal over the next couple of days, and I am going to be sticking around a little bit longer today. So if you can, please subscribe. I would really appreciate that. Also, tips. If anyone would like to tip this week, some tips would be extraordinarily helpful to me. So whether you subscribe, gift subs, or tip, which you can do through the function in the chat, the tip function through Stream Elements. Either one of those would be very, very helpful all the time, but this week in
You're gonna
particular.
have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Anon, thank you for the gifted sub. When speaking of Corbyn too, someone just mentioned Galloway would say about Corbyn, they can't chase you if you stop running. And he talked about Corbyn. Corbyn's like, Galloway is making an important point, actually, that I would kind of like to see Corbyn speak to, maybe. Where he's like, let's go. Let's put together some kind of a coalition here. Like he's kind of like, I kind of agree with this critique. Let me see if I can find it. Let me get your take on this, chat.
He has procrastinated. So I don't know why he has procrastinated so long in making a final total break with Labour.
I kind of agree with this.
Himself.
I think the writing was on the wall with Corbyn and the Labour Party.
I would say to him, you saw what happened
a while
last
ago.
night?
They don't want you. They don't want your movement either.
An alliance of the remaining socialists in the country. You lead it. I'll support it. You be the leader. And let's go.
He's a big hat guy.
Time is running out. The general election might be 3 months from now. And I wish I knew why he had procrastinated, because if he left...
Thank you, Anon, for the 420. That plays for so long. Thank you, Anon, for the 420. I appreciate it. It's weird that Corbyn has such loyalty to a party that basically abandoned him the last 48 years. Not abandoned him, but actively stabbed him in the back, including Starmer. He was just surrounded by snakes at all time. The whole time that he was leading that party was just surrounded by snakes. Oh, thank you, Michelle. I appreciate that.
You can count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Scarrel 1 Void Blabdance.
What was that? Burgos, thank you very much for 5 months of tier 1. I appreciate it. Well, didn't they kick him out? Yes, technically, but he's still kind of like in limbo. He's still kind of like part of the party, but not. I don't totally know how it works with like the whip and all that stuff. That's why I love purges. As we've been saying a number of times, Corbyn should have purged. which is funny because they accused him of doing Stalinist purges even when he wasn't doing that. So which is just proving this strategy correct again. You know, they're going to accuse you of doing these things anyway. So just fucking get rid of these snakes. And like I said, I think the writing's been on the wall, you know, for a while now. The establishment and the party actively colluded, even with people that he seemed to trust, like Keir Starmer, who was part of Corbyn's like shadow cabinet and was obviously, if you can see from the last couple of months, trying to get rid of them the entire time and try and just steer them back into that Blairite direction. But yeah, I think Corbyn should start a new party. Like even just for the reaction that people would have. Like, can you imagine how much they hate Corbyn? And if Corbyn did actually leave Labour and started his own party and his own movement and took all those people with him that would still back him, although it's like it's different 2 years ago versus now. Just to see the freak out that people would have. People would just lose. It would be so fantastic. People would just lose their minds. They would just lose their minds.
Use the computer to mark up the size of the account.
Thank you, Dimitri, for the 200 bits.
Labour at the moment that he should have.
Yeah, and I agree with this.
Of his powers.
Like, yes, hindsight is 2020. Like, I get that it's maybe not that apparent in time. In retrospect, though, I think this is absolutely right. At the height of his powers, he had a huge mandate. He had a huge constituency. He made Labour one of the largest political parties in Europe at that time. And he could have just taken that movement, funneled that into its own party or its own thing that was outside of that system where he was being backstabbed at every step of the way. I think in retrospect, that's the right strategy.
Labour, at the moment that he should have, at the peak of his powers, he'd have taken a couple of 100,000 people with him. And that's a force. You know, not many parties in Europe have a force like that. He could have led it. And he must avoid being a wasting asset. He is a very considerable asset. And everyone loves him. But he should be careful that he doesn't waste the remaining opportunity.
I got to say, I agree.
If he won't, then we will. We'll run ourselves. We'll support independence where we don't run ourselves. And we'll do that. But we'll be weaker because of the absence of Jeremy Corbyn at the head of it.
And yeah, that's true. I think the same thing that Bernie could have done as well. But that's both of them just too nice, like I've been talking about. They're just too nice. And Bernie didn't want to be held up as the spoiler. He wanted to defeat the Trump and defeat these right-wing guys. And I think maybe he took some of his friends in this party to, you know, and he trusted them, and he should not trust them because they're snakes. But honestly, I would totally support Corbyn doing this kind of thing just because of the freak out that it would cause. It would cause such an apocalyptic, pants-shitting freak out amongst the British political class and media class. It would just be fantastic. Just on that level, I would support it. And here he is getting sworn in.
Order, order.
He can't wear the hat, I guess.
Will members wishing to take their seats,
I think he looks
please
fine
come
without
to
the hat.
table?
Yeah, they're already freaking out about Galloway. And this is a guy that won a by-election. You know? Like you gotta support it just on that level, I think.
I swear by Almighty God that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to His Majesty King Charles, his heirs and successors, according to law.
God, it's humiliating to have to say that. You don't have to swear allegiance to King Charles for too long. I can't lie, the hand is tough. I'm not a big fan. I'm not a big fan. I swear allegiance to my imaginary friend, Drop Dead Fred. I'm really looking forward to see, I'm just going to keep reiterating this just so no one gets the wrong idea, but I am looking forward to seeing where this goes. Just the fact that he's going to be able to give speeches in Parliament in the UK and speak totally unapologetically about Palestine, about Syria or Hezbollah or any of these foreign, or Ukraine for that matter. It's another big reason people are freaking out, right? He's like an RT guy. He loves Russia for just simply taking the same stance that we've been taking for a couple of years on this show about Ukraine and our role in provoking that conflict, which is not, that shouldn't be a controversial thing to talk about. But in our society where we have decided that nothing before November or nothing before February 2022 counts as being part of the context, it's very shocking to people. But I think it's good that he's going to be out there able to speak to these things, regardless of how much power he's going to have individually to change anything about UK foreign policy. Having someone in these establishments that takes this view of empire is positive, I think. And it should be a sign as well that there's not going to be consequences for supporting this genocide, just like we're seeing with this by-election, like we're seeing with the whole Michigan thing, or whatever's going to happen with Biden's re-election. Who knows how that's going to turn out. But there needs to be a message sent that there's political consequences for supporting this,
You can count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Currently filling out my primary ballot for tomorrow as non-committed as we speak.
Cauldron of Bats, thank you very much for the 13 months tier 1. That's great to hear. And like we were saying the other day, it's like the whole non-committed thing. People bragged about Biden defeating non-committed. But that campaign came together in about 2 weeks, right? That was not this months-long tireless organizing thing. This was something that came together really, really quickly. And they got 100,000 people in Michigan to take time out of their schedule to go and vote for not Joe Biden. And then they're still trying to play it off like it doesn't matter, like it's hilarious. They're simultaneously so fucking mad and also it doesn't matter. It's the same thing about Galloway as well. Here's how they're talking about it in UK media. Talk TV.
After his blockbuster victory in the Rochdale by-election, George Galloway has officially been sworn in as MP in the House of Commons. He was introduced to the House by the father of the House, Sir Peter Bottomley, and the Alba Party MP, Neil Hanvey. Galloway's latest political comeback comes amidst growing concerns over MP security and a government crackdown on extremism in society. With me now is Talk TV's political correspondent, Alicia Fitzgerald. Alicia, busy day for you. So, Gorgeous George is back.
He is back.
Is he caused a stir? Are people excited in Westminster about this?
Well, it's really interesting because obviously this isn't his first time being an MP in Parliament. I mean, he first was a Labour MP, then represented the Respect Party, and now he's back for his third stint. And I feel like if you look at kind of his popularity over those 3 phases, his popularity was definitely at its best in that first stint when he was a Labour MP. He had quite a lot of support amongst left-wing members of the House of Commons. Lots of people thought he was a really important person to represent that type of political view. But I think his support has definitely dwindled over the years. And I think definitely in terms of the people within the House of Commons now, you have to think who really will his allies be? And you can assume it would be people probably like Jeremy Corbyn,
he doesn't seem to be too care.
He
doesn't seem to care too much.
Ousted from the mainstream of political discourse and people like that. And I'm actually told that he had a nice cosy meeting with Diane Abbott earlier today, and that was looking pretty chummy. So I think we can expect that.
I'm a fan of Jeremy Corbyn, I'll be honest. I know our viewers are not going to like hearing me say that.
Biden does ceasefire. Do you give him vote? I think that we will. I would not admit that it would be insufficient because what other leverage do we have? But it is insufficient. Well, and that's the thing. I think they're going to try and spin whatever happens as a ceasefire. People can take whatever view that they want about that. In my opinion, it's way, way too late for that. And whatever happens that they're going to try and spin as a ceasefire, the whole Biden ceasefire plan is basically like it's a ceasefire as long as you surrender unconditionally. They're trying to spin it like that. If you just surrender unconditionally and give up whatever leverage you might still have, then we'll stop the bombing. Like, that's not really the way this is supposed to work. That's not what the demands of like people actually are. It's a ceasefire like after a huge fire has burnt down after a house has burnt down and the fire has ceased. Something along those lines, I think. Yeah. October ceasefire surprise after 500,000 are already dead. Well, seriously, and they're going to try and spin it that way. Like, eventually this is probably going to materialize as something, and they'll try to spin it that way. And I will leave it up to other people to decide whether they're convinced by that. Yeah, we can actually look at what Kamala is saying like soon. She's starting to use the ceasefire messaging. But again, it's very disingenuous and misleading.
I'm a fan of Jeremy Corbyn, but is it not dangerous for him to be so closely associated with George Galloway when both of them have faced anti-Semitism claims?
Oh, yeah, Corbyn, you don't want to associate with this guy. You don't want to associate with this guy, Corbyn. Then what's going to happen? Like, what more could possibly happen to Corbyn? Oh, no, Corbyn, you don't want to associate with this guy. That's going to be... It's like, I liked you so much, but that would be too much for me. Like, well, what more is going to happen to Corbyn? What, are they going to call him an anti-Semite? Are they going to say that he supports Hamas and terrorism and Hezbollah and all that stuff? Yeah, they spent like 5 years saying that about him.
So George Galloway is actually just giving a press conference outside the House of Parliament right now, and I'm told that there were obviously these reports that Jeremy Corbyn would be the MP who accompanies him during his kind of swearing-in process.
Yes.
And George Galloway actually just said, Jeremy Corbyn was supposed to be my sponsor, but he realised he had a long-standing commitment. So I don't know whether there's a little bit of shade thrown at Jeremy Corbyn there, but potentially that's what happened there. So yes, I mean, I think there's kind of power in this at the moment. I think Jeremy Corbyn will see it as probably a positive thing that he has someone else in Parliament who represents the left of politics and who also doesn't really like Keir Starmer, because I mean both of those two political figures have made that very, very, very clear that they really don't like Keir Starmer as the leader of the Labour Party. So I reckon we can kind of see a lot of those really left-wing Labour MPs galvanising on that and maybe starting a little bit of a faction, perhaps.
Well, yeah, what does this mean for Keir Starmer? As I call him, Weak Keith. What does this mean for him?
I mean, realistically, in terms of what will actually happen at the general election, probably not loads, as in I don't think this is going to really have the power to totally change the outcome of the election. But another thing that George Galloway has just said in this press conference is that he's going to target seats like Angela Rayner's seat. Angela Rayner, Deputy Leader of the Labour Party.
Fantastic. Fantastic. Good. It's fantastic. Yes.
So obviously George Galloway said when he won this by-election that he's going to stand loads of MPs, I think 59 MPs across the country in various seats, and challenge the Labour Party. And in a few seats, I think this will actually cut through, to be honest, because there's lots of seats where the population are maybe, like similarly in Rochdale, not happy with the Labour Party, don't like their stance, don't like their shift away from the left and slightly more towards the centre, who actually maybe, if they have a more left-wing figure, might actually go for it.
Well, let's go and see what George Galloway has been saying outside Westminster right now.
And I think that we stand at a very dangerous crossroads in our country's affairs, perhaps as dangerous as any since the summer and autumn of 1940, 41, and there's no Mr. Churchill in this picture. There's no one, it seems, able to step forward and steady the ship of state and begin to rally, unite our people.
Even when he speaks as calmly as that, he's still so enthralling. He's just... I'm afraid, I think he's going to be a big problem for Labour. You were speaking just now, saying that he's going to try and target some of the main seats.
Even when he's calm, he's very scary.
Because look, there's only one George Galloway, and a large part of his appeal is that it is him. He can put in someone else.
I think one thing too that we need to talk about is the way that his hat is very threatening. The way that we apparently have this free speech, we have free exchange of ideas, we have a marketplace of ideas or whatever it is. But what they're going to try and do with Galloway is to take the things that he says about Palestine or Hezbollah or whatever else, or Ukraine, Putin, whatever it is, and they're really trying to make it like this is out of bounds. This is you're not allowed to say this kind of thing, and that's going to be the big test, I think, about whether they're going to really come down and say no, you can't say this kind of stuff. Like you're saying, like Rishi Sunak was saying, you can protest, you can go out and talk about the things you support. You can't support violent jihad or whatever it is, support terrorism. Like we were pointing out how absurd that is, how absurd it is. And that you can support Israel, you can support the UK or the United States government or the Canadian government and all the horrible things that we do around the world, that is fine. But when you stand up for oppressed and colonized people, when you unapologetically support the right of a colonized people to fight back against their occupiers and their colonizers, that's what's out of bounds. You cannot do that. You cannot have that. And I think that's the fundamental test. That's the question that I've been asking about this kind of stuff, whether it's about Ukraine or Hamas or whatever. Do we actually have do we have free speech or do we not? Whatever people, whether you like it or not, whether you think it's completely out of bounds to support Hamas or Hezbollah or any of these things, or Putin, or talk about the Russia and Ukraine in this way, the question is that still a legitimate viewpoint that you can have? I would say, yes, it is. Yes, it is a legitimate viewpoint. You don't have to like it. These people don't have to like that. But that's a legitimate viewpoint. And we have this ability in our discourse to delegitimize certain viewpoints. And which is not a marketplace of ideas. That's not free speech. Free speech as long as it appeases rich white men. As long as it never questions empire in any way or the current geopolitical power structures that exist. It doesn't challenge that in any way. It doesn't challenge Western hegemony in any way. It doesn't challenge capitalism in any way. Then you can have free speech. And this is the kind of thing I've been wondering. Whether it's about, because it's going to be the same thing with as conflict and tension ramps up with China as well. It's going to be the same thing. Oh, you can't say positive things about China because of this reason or this reason. Because of human rights or whatever. And the whole idea of saying you can't say anything positive about China because of human rights issues when you live in the United States or fucking Canada or the United Kingdom is just an absolute farce to begin with. But this is it. This is the question, right? These are legitimate viewpoints. According to the people in our ruling class in the media and in politics, they want to say oh no, it's not legitimate. But then, it's legitimate. You don't have to like it. You do not have to like it. You don't have to like it when someone says like, no, I think Hamas is justified in what they do. I think Palestinians are totally justified when they pick up arms, when they make rockets in their garages or whatever. Yeah, I think they're totally justified fighting back against their colonizers, their occupiers. These people don't have to like that, but that's a legitimate viewpoint. That's a totally legitimate viewpoint backed with like decades of like historical theory, history. Like this has been talked about and debated endlessly. I'll never stop saying to my friends and family that I would join Hamas if I was in that position. I mean, like, listen, like I'm a secular, progressive, white Canadian, right? Like I'm not Muslim. I'm not really particularly religious. But yeah, it's like, what do you do if someone kills your children or kills your mother or your father or your brothers or your sisters or your uncles or your cousins and flattens your neighborhood and takes your friends hostage and repeatedly drops bombs on you? Like, what the fuck are people supposed to do? Is it really that hard for us to wrap our minds around the idea that growing up in that kind of context, you would make this kind of decision? Yeah, this group is fighting for my freedom. This group is fighting for my interests. This group is fighting back against the oppressors and the colonizers and the occupiers.
Through all this.
Is it really that hard to understand? Dan Wally, thanks for the 16 months tier 1. Who wouldn't be radicalized by that? Like, it's incredible. And the idea that it's still just totally out of bounds in our discourse to talk openly and honestly and frankly about like October 7th, for instance. Or even Hassan. Remember Hassan got in so much trouble when he said America deserved 9/11? And of course there was all kinds of bad faith outrage about that as well. But look at how America has conducted itself around the world. America does 9/11s to cultures all around the world and has for decades and decades. And when you talk about 9/11, doesn't mean that you think that every single innocent person that was killed in that attack, firefighters and these people that were being heroic and trying to rescue people, it doesn't mean that they deserve to die. As a nation, though, as a culture, do like other cultures have the ability or the right to like fight back? And do we have the exclusive ability to wage war and this exclusive monopoly on violence? You know, that's the question. But people get very upset when you ask these kinds of questions. Some are calling it the Great Satan. It is. Some people are calling it the Great Satan. And there's a reason they say that. It's not just because they're religious extremists. It's because it's there's a long history and legacy that have led to people have this understanding. Yeah, well, talking about the way like 9/11, measuring things in 9/11s like they tried to do on October 7th. I mean, that's the whole thing. It's like the whole double think idea, which is that October 7th, of course, there's no justification for it. Nothing that happened prior to October 7th justifies the violence of October 7th. But what happened on October 7th does justify October 8th and 9th and 10th and 11th and 12th and November and December and January and February. It's nonsensical. It does not make sense. It's completely contradictory. I'm not convinced everything that happened on October 7th even happened. Well, obviously the story has shifted a lot. And we still see political figures saying like 1,200 civilians killed, which is just not, at this point, saying 1,200 civilians is killed is just a straight up lie at this point. We know that the number is significantly less. I think it is proven that there was attacks at some of these kibbutzes and that people were killed. I do think, however, and a lot of there's plenty of evidence to support this, which is that a lot of the violence happened and a lot of the deaths happened because of the Israeli military. bombing and attacking these cars that were fleeing this festival, turning them into a massive firefight, shelling these kibbutzes with tanks, the whole Hannibal Directive stuff. It doesn't mean that nobody was killed, like, intentionally.
This is some guy, Rob Russo, some leftist based in Canada. I was turned on to this sick individual, and I found this.
Dan, hello. Thank you for the raid. I appreciate the raid. Dan Simpson, thank you for that. How is the Dan Simpson stream today? We're dealing with rabid animals and Zionists and fascists generally, but who knows? Maybe we'll win the debate in the marketplace of ideas. Yes. CBC to this day frames it as a Israel-Hamas war and 1,200 civilians killed. That's what I think happened. And like I said, I think there's confirmation. I don't think it's even like disputable that people did die, that like Hamas or whoever killed people on that day. I think this was an operation, Al-Aqsa Flood, which was attacking IDF checkpoints and positions outside this Gaza concentration camp. And it was that was the main purpose of that day, of that strategy, and also to take hostages to try and have leverage to get their hostages back. And then that was escalated into what it was by the Israeli military freaking the fuck out, killing a lot of their own people, and turning these situations into big firefights. And that doesn't mean that I think nothing happened or that no one was harmed intentionally. As I've said repeatedly, in case anyone's watching this and trying to twist what I say, which is not the case. But I think unquestionably, though, it's far, far different from this narrative that we were told on October 8th of that it was just this rampage of indiscriminate violence and all the lies that we've been told since then. That was always bullshit. And some of us recognized that at the time. I think others took longer to recognize that. I think most people recognized that was bullshit. I think a lot of it was we saw images, like I've talked about a number of times. I woke up October 7th. I saw images of the Gaza prison fence being bulldozed, and I said, fuck yeah. You know? And I think many people around the world had the same reaction. And as soon as that people started having that reaction, we started getting a lot of narratives about beheaded babies, thousands of dead civilians, and all the rampant, massive rape gangs and all this stuff. That's what it started, because people we can't turn this into some kind of victory of the colonized and the oppressed. Yeah, the whole thing with Shireen, like the whole thing, there was a ceasefire before October 7th. Like, no, there was. Anyone that says that is just betraying the fact that they have no understanding of what's been going on there. Like, it's just betraying the fact that they didn't start paying attention to this until October 7th. Anyone that would even think to suggest that there was a ceasefire with it, no, there was not. There was absolutely not. It's been decades of Israel and the IDF bombing, occupying, murdering, imprisoning, raping. It's been decades of this. There's no ceasefire. I had to fight so many people at my job about the 40 dead babies crap, which of course was bullshit, and not a single person acknowledged it. I mean, that's how powerful that is, though, right, Weenus? Like, I'm sure that there's many people in the West who will go to their graves believing all those stories that were told about this. The stuff about the babies. When Biden repeats it, it doesn't matter when they walk it back. What matters is when they tell the lie. Most people will end up believing that. Just like the thing with the massacre at the aid trucks the other day. You know, they admitted that what happened. They admitted what happened right away. And then they kind of like walk it back. And now there's people being like, oh, look, that's nothing happened. They said that nothing happened, even after they admitted it. Like, it doesn't even matter. The point of these stories is to get people to turn their brains off. For sure. It's like, because when you start saying like, no, I don't believe that. I don't believe that happened. Then you're an anti-Semite. You're saying you're doing blood libel. You support terrorism. You support sexual assault. This is why these really loaded concepts are used. It's to scare you out of like saying anything. And it's really hard in those moments to stay in your spot. Yeah, trauma porn cognitive paralysis is a really good way of framing that, for sure. How can you say that? It's like, I'm a reasonable person. I want to be invited to all the same cocktail parties, and I don't want to offend my neighbors or any of my colleagues. You can't deny sexually when people are making these kind of claims about like sexual assault. And we looked at that story in the New York Times, and it's just the whole, like I was saying, it front loaded all the first couple of paragraphs with the most graphic, vivid descriptions of like sexual violence you can imagine. Because then when you say like, wait a second, I got some questions about this, all of a sudden, oh, you're defending this. You support this, I guess. I think this is exactly why this is so effective. And believe me, if plenty of people have said all kinds of things about me over the last couple of months. Because I don't feel like this is why I appreciate what George Galloway is doing right now, because I don't want to play these games anymore. I don't care anymore about trying to make people feel comfortable. I recognize that these things are just being done in bad faith. Let me see if I can find this Galloway press conference. Then maybe we can move on. But like, look, I just want, like, again, not to like promote myself too much here. I just wanted to say, like, we did that whole, this is when that narrative started. The whole narrative about like the roving rape gangs. Remember, this was the weekend after that initial ceasefire. The ceasefire's over, the violence resumes, the bombings resumes, and then right away, like clockwork, Monday morning, you get this narrative about rape gangs going on, and then Hillary Clinton weighs in on it, and all these people are weighing in on it, and all the political leaders. We can't. Raping people is not, self-defense, and it's easy to know when these things are being done in bad faith, which is what I pointed that out. This was like 3 weeks before that New York Times article came out. And I think maybe a couple years ago I wouldn't have been comfortable making this, like, publicly making this kind of statement when there's these really highly charged accusations being made about sexual violence. A couple years ago, I would not be comfortable being like, this is bullshit. But this is the difference between me now and a couple years ago, is that I don't care anymore. I don't care about being intimidated or trying to be silenced by these kinds of like tactics. We know that it's bullshit. We know that it's being done in bad faith. So let's just call it bullshit. Yeah, that's what I was just saying. It was perfectly timed with the ceasefire. Right away. It was like clockwork. And I don't want to dox the person that did this. I had a mainstream, well-connected Western journalist DM me after this tweet, and he was like, right, this seems totally coordinated, doesn't it? I don't want to say who that was. It was a major Western reporter who DM'd me after this and was like, for sure, there's something really weird going on with this. Mistress of Insanity says, I think there's also a need for some people to protect their ego by trying to control the perception that other people have of them, like not wanting to upset anyone instead of just letting bad faith actors act like dipshits. Yeah, definitely. Like, this is what I mean. It's like, this is why these accusations are used, because they're really, it's hurtful. Like, if someone's going to say, oh, you support, you're like support rape now. You're pro rape. You're an anti-Semite. Like, it's not nice for have people say these things about you. And I think that does let people, because I don't want people to say that about me. I don't want anyone to have that kind of thing out there about me. And then they self-censor. I got too many tabs open. There's some more clips from this Galloway press conference here.
Sunak has identified Muslims and Gaza as the proximate center of that wedge issue that he intends to use as perhaps his only hope of re-election. It's quite clear that there's going to be a raft of measures that will take away still further freedoms from the British people. Freedom to speak, freedom to assemble, freedom to protest and to demonstrate, and if they had their way, freedom to elect people that the establishment doesn't like. That was also the meaning of his rather embarrassing impromptu performance outside number 10. And what do I mean by a wedge issue? They want to force Starmer either to stand up and defend the democratic rights of the British people, including the rights of its religious and ethnic minorities, and if he does that, I'm a Dutchman, or to engage him in what will turn out to be a Dutch auction of nastiness. If he chooses, as I suspect he will, the latter, that's going to allow us and independent candidates to pick up potentially millions of votes from those who treasure the free rights that we have enjoyed since the Second World War in this country, and who wish to defend the Muslim communities in Britain. Either way, that suits Rishi Sunak. So that's what I'm predicting here. The next election will be about Muslims and will be about the taking away of civil liberties in this country. It's Sunak's last hope. I pray for the social peace of our country that it's a forlorn hope.
I got to point out something funny here as well. Look who chimed in on this. This is how you know he's over the target. This is how you know. Elliot Higgins from our friends at Bellingcat, founder and creative director. He's creative director because like a lot of the stuff that they talk about is just purely fictional bullshit. Says anyone who has followed George Galloway knows his head consists entirely of tanky brainworms, having taken a denialist position on a wide range of war crimes and atrocities in Syria, Ukraine, and elsewhere, because he sees the victims as being on the side of the imperialists. How many stories about Gaza has Bellingcat done? Not a lot. It's really weird how they've kind of taken a back seat on this one. You'd think they would be in their element right now. Working hard on debunking some of these like Israeli claims using their OSINT abilities. Weirdly, it seems they only seem to engage in this kind of stuff when it comes to conflicts that are being waged by the empire that they take money from. These motherfuckers take money from the National Endowment of Democracy. And I'm sorry, when your organization takes money from the NED, you're not even like, it's not even Fed jacketing. You're literally, putting imperialist in quotes. And you take money from the NED. Like, come on. So look forward to some tired, tanky bullshit. Yes, tanky bullshit, like supporting people in Palestine, like saying maybe we shouldn't be arming and funding extremist groups in Ukraine and Syria to destabilize governments that we don't like. Just tanky bullshit like that. Tanky bullshit like acknowledging that we played a role in Ukraine in provoking that war by spending the last 10 years, again, arming and funding these reactionary militia groups, interfering in their democracy and their political system, starting a civil war directly on Russia's border with their formerly biggest ally. But we didn't have anything to do with this, though. What? That's tanky bullshit. That's tanky brainworms. And all the examples of all the tanky brainworms. That's how you know he's over the target, though, when you've got the Bellingcat people freaking out. Freaking out about the tanky brainworms being talked about in a British Parliament. Oh, I remember, when they got out there, that's one of their big Gaza investigations was to debunk the idea that this hospital bombing was as devastating as Palestinians said it was. That was one of the main investigations they've done over the last couple of months. Bellingcats because you're hitting them in their investors. Yeah, Yemen as well. I know there's a tweet from him from years ago saying oh, I just wish we had the resources to talk about Yemen. If only we had the resources to talk about the genocidal bombing campaign that our government's sponsoring. All we can talk about is Assad and Putin and Iran. We just don't have the resources to talk about these other things. Yeah, using tanky is immediately disqualifying. Absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah, they're not, of course they're non-partisan. Yeah. When we deny their lies. Well, that's the whole thing. He talked a lot about Galloway, what he talked about with the Buka, the whole Buka situation, which I cast doubt on myself, which also pissed some people off as well. And I really feel like if it had happened the way that it was framed as happened, we would probably still be talking about it in our media. I think the fact that our media is not still talking about Buka and some of these other incidents is evidence that the story is different from what was promoted to us in and of itself. That's the thing. Whether we're talking about that incident or any of these other incidents, we know the CIA, for example, has trained these extremist groups in either Ukraine and Syria. What do they train them in doing? We know what they train them to do. We've seen the manual. We've seen the Contra manual and how they train these kinds of groups and what they teach them to do, what they train them in. And one of the things that they train them in doing, this has been established from people that have blown the whistle on the CIA and leaked these kinds of documents. They train these groups to engage in these stay behind terrorist attacks, false flags, and these exact kind of things. So I don't think it's tanky brainworms when you see our media latch on to a specific war crime involving some of these groups, and start asking these kinds of questions, whether these groups that we know have been trained by the CIA are doing the very things that the CIA has trained them to do, that we know that they trained them to do. The purpose of the machine is what it does. Yeah, that's the ultimate thing, right? These are all just mistakes. These are all just mistakes. All this outcome that happens every single time over and over and over. No, it's operating as intended. It's the system operating as intended. I've got to talk a little bit about, and this is another controversial thing. Okay? I know this makes some people very uncomfortable to talk about, but I happen to think that it's important to talk about. And that's people that are trying to use Palestine and Gaza to try and promote other pro-empire narratives. Like this. Yeah, so seeing these things go around. So there's kind of like a nesting doll of tweets here. But the original tweet saying like free Palestine, free Congo, free Sudan, free Hawaii, free Yemen, free Armenia, free Tigray, free Haiti, free Uyghuristan, free Ukraine. You know, trying to take the Palestinian struggle and trying to like apply it to all these things that don't necessarily have anything to do with that. So Suki's mom says no Puerto Rico, but Ukraine and Uyghuristan. And of course, that makes people really upset. And then I saw this tweet by Aurora Chang, who's got the watermelon in bio, and says 99% of the people I organize with IRL support Ukrainians, Uyghurs, and Palestinians, and Hong Kongers, Tibetans, etc. Only supporting Palestine, but not Ukraine or Uyghurs is actually the most online Westerner brain rot behavior ever. Never met IRL leftist organizers like this. First of all, the idea that you would call that online brain rot, the very fact that the United States government says that there's a genocide happening in Xinjiang with the Uyghurs, but then says there's not a genocide happening in Palestine, should be just evidence enough that there's more to that story than like what we're being told. The very fact that the United States government is backing these Uyghur separatists, and that the people that we allow to like talk about Uyghur issues are from these like groups of expats, often being sponsored by the security state and affiliated with think tanks being funded by weapons manufacturers and the United States State Department. So the idea that there's something that you can like support Palestine and also support Ukraine and the Uyghurs, which it's just nonsensical, because in that case, you've got the United States government backing Israel fully in the genocide against Palestine, and then backing Ukraine and backing Uyghurs and backing these other separate Tibet and Hong Kong, whatever these other kind of like ethnic groups that she wants to talk about. Which should be all the evidence that you need that these groups, that the United States is not backing these kinds of movements because they care about anyone's human rights. You know, there's a fundamental contradiction there. But anyway, so she's talking about these leftist organizers. All these leftist organizers that I work with support all these groups. Well, who does she organize with? That's the question. Who are these leftist organizers that she's working with? Like with the International Tibet Network, which is supported financially by the NED. So I would say that's one thing is important right now. The fact that people are trying to take this movement for Palestine and trying to spin the support for Palestinians into supporting these like other quote unquote oppressed groups, which are all conveniently supported by and backed by the United States government. You know, something does not add up there.
You can count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Mask loves you. Thank you for the 4 months. Thank you. But they do not support the Houthis. In that tweet, initial tweet, it said support free Yemen. Free Yemen from who? The Houthis, the people that are fighting back against the Saudis and the United States government, and the people that are supporting Palestine? Like, that's completely contradictory. But we got to be really cautious, I think, of people using this kind of like leftist language about decolonization to talk about groups that are being supported by the United States government and these destabilization efforts that are being supported by the United States government. I mean, the person that initially gave a push to that whole Uyghur genocide story was Mike Pompeo, a extreme Islamophobe reactionary politician who is also the head of the CIA. And you have people saying like, oh, if you support Palestine, you've got to support the Free Uyghur movement as well, which is literally being promoted by the former leader of the CIA. Like, it's not like Fed jacketing to say like, oh, this seems like an op.
You can count on me.
You know what I mean?
Good old Rob.
Oh, you can't talk about the CIA. And accuse me of being linked to all these things. It's literally the former leader of the CIA is promoting this narrative. And people are going to sit here and suggest like Pompeo was he's not the origin of it. The origin is like Adrian Zenz and the Victims of Communism Foundation and the Australian Strategic Policy Institute, that think tank, the think tankies. But Mike Pompeo was the one that from the official United States government like made it official US government policy. And people are honestly going to sit there and say, oh, I support Palestine too. Of course, we got to decolonize Palestine. We got to give land back to Palestine. We got to give land back to indigenous people. And of course, we also have to support, the Uyghurs and the Tibetans and the Hong Kongers and the Taiwanese and all this stuff. And you see what what that's getting at. And the idea that anyone thinks that, we got to decolonize Russia. Like, this is, I think, a really dangerous thing. People using this kind of language to promote pro-empire narratives like this. The idea that it was going to benefit anybody to be a U.S.-backed ethno-state. And ask yourselves about Uyghur people, for instance, living in Xinjiang. How are they going to be better off? Okay. Are they going to be better off being part of China, which is where this with the amount of development that's gone on in that region and around China, China's role on the global stage, they've invested billions of dollars into this region. And if you think it's fucked up that they forced people to go to vocational schools and they cracked down on this kind of extremism, and you think that that's fucked up, okay, I think it's fucked up too. There was an issue with terrorism and extremism that was getting people killed. That's how they responded to it. I think they came down with a really heavy hand. We can talk about that. We can have debates about that. But when you want to compare that with either the US and Canadian war on terror, where we didn't force people to go to vocational schools, we bombed multiple countries and invaded multiple countries and killed millions of people and put people in black site CIA torture prisons, and had drone attacks and drone bombed weddings and funerals and hospitals and killed doctors and nurses and little kids. And we sanctioned countries and cut them off and limited their ability to get medicine, limit their ability to have economic sovereignty. If you think it's fucked up to force people to go into vocational schools, I get it. But if you want to say that that's somehow worse than how we handled extremism and then what our war on terror represented, I'm sorry, but I don't agree with that. And I don't think it would benefit anybody, any ethnic group that you want to point to instead of being part of China, to be some kind of Western-backed ethno-state. And then we've got a question if Uyghurs want to decolonize, okay, but who wants that though? Which groups are we talking about? Are we talking about Ned-sponsored groups of expatriates?
You can count on me. You're gonna have good old Rob.
What about the people that actually live in this region? What do they want? It seems like a lot of them actually are pretty happy with the current situation. A lot of people from whatever ethnic group, if you just want to focus on that specific region, are way more sovereign, economically stable than they were 10, 20 years ago. Yeah, China did come down with a heavy hand. They forced people to go to these schools. I'm sure that got really ugly. That doesn't mean that everyone's human rights were respected. They also, at the same time, invested billions into infrastructure and these kinds of things, building huge transit and rail projects, bringing industry to this region so people could have work. That's not perfect, but we're really saying that it would be better instead of that than to have these people be some kind of Western-backed ethno-state being run by these religious extremists and fundamentalists. V. Lexer, thank you for the gifted sub. I appreciate it. So this is I think really a sort of dangerous thing that people are using this kind of left-wing language to promote these kinds of pro-empire narratives. And I don't I don't think we should be too liberal with like calling people feds or ops or everything like that. But if you say, oh, I'm a leftist organizer and these are the left wing groups that you organize with that take money from the NED, I'm sorry, but that's automatically suspect, whether you're in part of one of these like NGO world or you're part of the media world, like the Bellingcat people. You take money from Empire. You take money from the NED. You're not to be trusted. Even when you use progressive language. Or you're like, oh, I'm some like cool anarchist. They continue to maintain religious freedom and cultural practices. Yeah, I mean, fuck. Like you can go, literally any of us could go right now. We could go to this region and you can see there's people are still practicing their religion. There's these big cultural festivals. And then you compare that to Gaza. Like people really think that there's no difference. People really think that like, oh, if you support Palestine, you have to support the Uyghurs. And you look at Gaza right now being flattened to the ground, open air prison camp for the last 20 years versus like Urumqi or whatever other city in Xinjiang, this massive development, beautiful cities, way more economic opportunity than there was previously. Still people having different cultures and unique cultures and religions within that kind of context. This idea that like ethno-states, we just have to put every different ethnicity because a few like members of these groups advocate for it. We must now support the idea of every one of these ethnicities getting their own ethno-state. This is like colonizer mentality. It's Western brain. That's like the Western solution to everything. Anarchists I know would beat the living shit out of these Bellingcat losers. Yeah, I mean, it's people use these. It's another case of these people using this kind of like left-wing signifiers or left-wing language to support empire, right? Like we've talked about anarchists before. I have a lot of like criticisms of anarchists. Usually we have disagreements about history, about the role of the state, about the Soviet Union and all these kinds of things. And we can have these debates about authoritarianism or whatever it is. We can have these debates. Anarchists are in the front lines of like every big social movement, every big protest movement, you know, and that's something that I have a huge amount of respect and admiration for. But these motherfuckers that are in like Bellingcat saying that they're anarchists, taking their anarcho sensibilities to these kind of like OSINT operations and then promoting narratives that support the United States government and the United States military, like that, they can get fucked with that. Until they start giving props to the Hong Kong protesters. Well, because you've got people like the Bellingcat people working to convince them that that's the right path to take, that that's the right line. And unfortunately, people, they get this kind of brain rot where it's like, oh, state's bad. And then and authoritarianism bad. And you've swallowed this idea that like you have this authoritarian government and you must support anyone that's against that. Anarchists have been at the forefront of many color revolutions too. Yeah, I mean, you look into, yeah, absolutely. Like in the Soviet Union, like the whole Poland solidarity thing, in some of these militia groups. You heard a lot of that too. These all the Ukrainian anarchists I know, they're all fighting with the U.S. backed forces right now. It's like, oh, okay, well, I see. That's interesting. Here in the West, you get all the authoritarianism with none of the socialism. It's the best of both worlds. Absolutely. I'm going to take just a little 5-minute break, folks, okay? I've been going almost 3 hours here. I've been talking nonstop almost this entire time. I'm going to take a little 5-minute break or so. I'm going to try and make it to at least like 4 hours today. If Bolivia is too statist for you, then you've lost the plot. For sure. Absolutely. Yes. But folks, if you can, please subscribe to this program. Help me keep the show on the air. helped me kind of get back to the place that I was at before having to take some time off. If you can, please subscribe to this program, which I really appreciate. You can also tip as well. The tips this week are really, really appreciated and needed, if possible. If anyone really wants to support the work that I do on here, I think these are really important conversations that we have on this show day in and day out. I really love to do that. The only way I can do it is if people subscribe and support the show or tip or do whatever. So if you can, please subscribe or gift subs or what have you, bits, whatever you can do, or tips. I can't stress enough that the tips this week would be very, very valuable and appreciated for me. Risk Inverse, thanks for the 1337.
It's Rob time.
Thank you, Risk Inverse. I just find that so insidious. People quote, do you mean this, quote tweeting this? I find that so insidious. 99% of the people I organize with IRL support Ukrainians, Uyghurs, and Palestinians.
We simply use the computer to mark up the size of the account.
Here's a tip for you chatters. You can subscribe for absolutely free with an Amazon Prime subscription.
Joe, thank you. Thank you very much, Joe, for the 200 bits. It's just a self-report. Well, that's the thing. It's like, that's what I mean. It's like, this is, I think, really insidious. This whole, like, using the language of decolonialism, using the Palestinian struggle to then try and whip up support for these, like, groups of U.S.-backed separatists is no good, in my opinion. Does anyone else want to support this program, folks? We're 20 subs away from the goal. We're 20 measly subs away from the goal. If you can, please subscribe. You can, of course, gift subs. You can gift 5 subs or above, which instantly rockets you right to the very tippy top of the friendship triangle system. Something else that I appreciate a whole lot, if you can do it. And once again, anyone that wants to send a tip, especially this week, very, very valuable to me. And very, very much appreciated. If you do appreciate the work that I do on here, and it is work. I do this shit every day. I'm here for 3-4 hours every single day talking about this stuff. I'm happy to do it. I love doing it. But I can only do this show if people subscribe and support the program. It's to a point. Spaceman Zador, thanks for the 420. That's the weed number.
There is a spectre haunting North America. Boo, alien unpleased.
That's the weed number. Thank you for that as well. It's to a point where Ezra Klein from the Times has to acknowledge the unwinnability of the Ukraine position. Well, they're going to have to spin it. Bleep Lord, thank you. Thank you for the 420. Also a weed number.
Fart.
Yeah. Yeah, they're going to try and spin it. Like, Putin didn't take the entire country just like he wanted to. We sure showed him. He just has to take that shitty eastern part. We tricked him. We never wanted it anyway. That's how they're going to try and spin it. He wanted all of Europe. We've kept him in check. He wanted all of Europe, and all he got was that shitty eastern region of Ukraine. We win. We sure showed him. And all those sanctions, we totally destroyed the Russian economy with all those sanctions. Don't actually look into how the Russian economy is doing right now. Don't look into how Russia totally proved that we don't have the ability to sanction people anymore and effectively. We met our strategic goals for the region. Okay, I'm going to take a couple minutes. Hopefully I will still get to the 20 subs we need to get to the goal. I think I'm only going to have another 3 days this week to stream, so I'm going to really try and hit those targets every day, or else I'm a little bit fucked, you know? You know, it's not your problem, it's my problem, but we gotta do what we gotta do here. I gotta crack the whip. I gotta crack the whip here on this week. Okay. I have 3 dogs. Thanks for the $6.90. Thank you for that. I appreciate it.
You can count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Ryaye. Very first gifted sub in the channel. I appreciate that. Thank you. Just play the Where There's a Whip, There's a Way TikTok audio and repeat. I don't know if I've ever talked about that. My kid loves that song. Is that like from the Lord of the Rings song? My kid loves that. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Hurrah! Okay, so I'm just going to take a brief moment here, folks. Just walk around, stretch my legs, go to the bathroom, get a glass of water. I will come back in a couple minutes. Oh, shit. Plenty more to get into. Talk to you soon.
You can count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Board year.
222. Hello. Hello. It me. It me. Okay. What are we doing here? That's not Dan's bit, okay? I've got love and respect for Dan Simpson. He didn't invent it me, though. He didn't invent that. That was already a thing. I'm calling him out. I'm calling Dan Simpson out on this. Call out drama stream. I'm pivoting. This is what can get me the viewers and the subs and the tips. I'm becoming a call out drama guy. We're going to bring on some people to debate me. When's the debate? As you know, I'm not into debating, folks, but I will remind you once again that March 13th, that is is 9 days from now, next week, next Wednesday, Vijay Prashad, renowned historian and journalist and author, Vijay Prashad, joining this program for the third time. My close personal friend, Vijay Prashad. Really looking forward to having him come back on the show. March 13th. Get hyped, okay? I'm very hyped to talk to my friend VJ once again. Calling out Vijay for being so handsome and cool. Exactly. It's not acceptable. It is not acceptable. I think one thing that we've seen a lot over the last couple of months is exposing the kind of like reactionary mentality of liberalism. And I think that's really present here. Like, not only do you have liberal politicians like Joe Biden and Justin Trudeau fully backing Israel while they engage in this like unprecedented mass murder campaign. one of the most depraved things that I think any of us have seen in our lifetimes, probably the most depraved. Like every single day I see an image coming out of Palestine that's just the worst thing I've ever seen. Like lately it was that person being like flattened by a armored bulldozer or whatever it was, zip-tied person. And how much that is an example of something that I'm sure I feel 100% confident saying is a common practice that's been employed in Gaza over the last couple of months. Like we've heard all kinds of stories about like literal death squads showing to people's homes, taking people and executing them. And I'm sure that's happened on a number of occasions. Absolutely sick and depraved. And you're seeing people support it. Not only support it, but celebrate it. Like, and that's a fucked up thing too. Like if you see that image of the person, imagine one image like that coming out of China. No, seriously, literally just one. Like to tie it back to the whole Uyghur thing that we were talking about, the whole image that represents that whole Uyghur genocide narrative is literally, it's one image of people in a prison, which it turned out was not even what they said it was. And it was like a drug treatment program in a Chinese prison. One image. And anytime you say anything about that, people share this one image of literally people in a prison, something you can find millions of examples of in the United States of America every single day. In the vast and sprawling barbaric prison system in the United States of America. But yeah, just one thing that we've seen every single day. It's been this new massacre, this new horrible, disgusting crime every day for the last 5 months. Just one of those things. Like think about what, like the Hong Kong protests and like what that was supposed to be framed as like this authoritarian, violent crackdown, which was like significantly less violence in terms of a state violence perspective than what we saw during the George Floyd protests. Significantly more restrained. You know? And that's held up as this example of brutal state repression and violence and stuff like that. And this is just like cops jostling with some rowdy protesters who were also engaged in acts of violence themselves. And that's what it is. That's what we see. Thinking about just one incident, whether it's one of these hospital bombings, like the children dying of starvation, premature babies dying of starvation, premature babies left in incubators, decomposing, hospitals and doctors and nurses and journalists being attacked and murdered, people being run over with bulldozers. It's just been this nonstop stream. A father carrying the remains of their small child in a plastic fucking bag. One of these things happening in anywhere in China would be talked about and just endlessly, and it would be used it'd be weaponized and used for anyone to ever say one positive thing would say, oh, you support this barbarity. I mean, it's just absurd. Just one, and it's just been every single day for months. The baby IVF twins. And it's disturbing how many, like, the way babies were used specifically to build this fake narrative of October 7th that I talked about. And the way that in reality, it's been Israel openly murdering babies, and which we have dozens of actual examples of and evidence of, which actually doesn't exist when you apply it from these claims that are being made from Israel about what happened on October 7th and any other day. We can actually see it. And what the fuck is with... Sorry, before I get to this clip, let me see if I can find it. I just wanted to bring this up before I forget. Like... Okay, before we move on to this clip of someone interrupting Jill Biden's speech, how many fucking pictures? Like, this is not some coincidence. How many fucking pictures are there now of Israeli soldiers taking like women's lingerie and like playing around with it. Like it's not like one isolated incident. Like this seems to happen every single day. Like it's something that they do in the IDF. And film themselves and take pictures of themselves doing it. Taking out like women's underwear and bras and like playing around with them and getting weirdly horny about it. Like, it's not like there's been one or two examples of this. This is like a common thing that happens all the time. This is the latest picture that just came out. Like, what the fuck is wrong with these people? It's so... To talk about another thing that would disgust anybody if it was coming up from Russia or one of America's enemies. Going, like, engaging in ethnic cleansing. Like, how many women have they killed? How many women have died? Like, just women in the last conflict, like tens of thousands. And all our feminist heroes who support women's rights and women's revolution don't seem to want to fucking say anything about it. Hillary Clinton will talk about this completely fake, made up narrative about Hamas rape gangs, but won't say shit about this or about Israel killing tens of thousands of women in this bombing campaign. But like, there's so many examples of them doing this, was messing around with like women's lingerie. It's so fucking weird and sick. And they're proud of it. Like, it's not like these are leaking pictures. Like, they take these pictures and videos themselves and they share them on social media because they think it's cool and funny. Brazilian radical. I don't think we need to make this... Like, there's nothing wrong. The point of this is not that there's something wrong with cross-dressing. I don't care if people do cross-dressing. I don't give a shit about that. What I do care about is when you're colonizing and occupying people, doing ethnic cleansing, murdering people by the tens of thousands, forcing them to leave their homes, and then rummaging through their private possessions and like showing their like trying to like weirdly sexualize them. That I think is weird. This isn't even cross-dressing. This is weird, sadistic, colonial fucking rapists. Anyway, it's really fucking bizarre and sick that there's been hundreds of these images that have come out. So anyway, like, to set up this segment, I talked about the way that like liberalism has been exposed, the kind of rottenness at the core and the brutality at the core of liberalism has been kind of exposed. And you see it in what we are supporting, with liberal governments like Trudeau and Biden supporting this in Israel. And you see, like, look at the reaction to this woman at Jill Biden's event. Look at how people, like, assault this woman.
Jill, when are you and the going to call for a ceasefire?
Look at this guy who immediately go grabs her. This is when you ask a totally reasonable question. When Jill Biden or Joe Biden or whoever wants to promote themselves as being like empathy and having respect for women's rights and all this shit, and to have someone's like, how much longer are you going to subsidize this genocide? That's a legitimate question. And they immediately like attack this woman, this like 60-year-old gray-haired man instantly like fucking assaults this woman. That's how much they care about women's rights. You can grab her. Like, Jesus Christ. For having the audacity to ask the First Lady of the United States how they're still supporting genocide in Palestine and when they're going to try to put a stop to it. Yeah, of course you could sell it as a 2019 Trump rally video, for sure. They're all peace and love until you vote for peace. Well, and remember, there's nothing you can do either. You can't protest. You can't vote non-committed. You can't speak up at these rallies. That's what they say, right? You know, this is why our society is so great. You have free speech. Just don't vote non-committed in an election. Don't go and support Palestine because it means you like terrorism and it scares Jewish people. Don't stand up and ask him tough questions for our elected officials. They're there to tell us what to do, okay? Not the other way around. This is how these people think. They give us the program and we go and vote for them or bring our friends to vote for them. That's the way it works. There's not the other way around. This is not a back and forth situation. They tell us what the program is and then we get with the program. And if if you don't just immediately swallow that with no reservations, we're going to assault you. We're going to assault you and tell you to shut the fuck up. And these are the same people that are just like you. This is why you have to vote for Democrats, because you're going to stop fascism. You're going to save democracy. Biden equals democracy and Trump equals no democracy and fascism. And then you have people trying to protest an actual genocide that the Biden administration is fully supporting. And that's how they act. Yeah, those young women that were turned away at the Democratic meeting because the DNC didn't want them to voice their opinion. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, there's been examples, like you see how young people are just that, especially young people, progressive people, anti-empire people are just like totally disrespected by this kind of political establishment. You see, this is how they get treated when they protest the Iraq war, when they do Occupy Wall Street, any of this stuff. It's the same people are always just like, oh, like, how dare you? How dare you question our betters? Our leaders. How dare you demand things of them? Demand that they stop killing. Yeah, the super. You listen. If you don't like it, become a super delegate, okay, and then you can influence. It is peasant brains. What I've been talking about. And people are really going to say, oh, it's democracy versus non-democracy. Like it's absurd. I'm then trying to find some video stuff to put on. I've been talking a lot here. Yapping a lot today. And once again, folks, I will remind you, if you can, please support this program. Trying to get to my sub targets every single day this week. It is really the only way that I can continue to put on this show every day. So if you can, please subscribe. I appreciate it a lot. It supports the community. It's good for you as well. You benefit as well. And tips as well. I'm going to keep reminding folks. Any and all tips this week, really, really appreciated. Really, really helpful this week. So if you can, please subscribe to TRRS and help me keep this show on the air. We got to talk about this like Italian PM thing. And the protests there, and the absolutely to give you an ultimate example. If you're not Canadian and you've not been paying attention to this whole yet another discourse cycle of like completely phony bullshit, well, we've got another really great one going on in Canada right now involving Justin Trudeau meeting with the basically almost like openly fascist Italian PM Giorgia Meloni, and the absolutely insane reaction to that after the protest of that. Let's see. Did he kiss her head? Well, probably in private. Let's kill some bugs. Hey, really chill guy. Yeah, we're gonna squad up later for sure. Although, really chill guy, I gotta get you into the bot war, okay? I guess the bugs are fun. It's like it's going on a fun little adventure. It's time to get serious, though, okay? It's time to get serious. We need reinforcements out in the Severin sector in the bot war. It's time to stop messing around with this bug business, and we got to put on our adult pants and really get to work here, because this is serious business. Okay, here we go. Here's this clip from The National. This led to some fucking amazing reactions. Severin is only 60% liberated. Exactly. That's because we got too many adventurous out there in the bug quadrant, farting around out there. And meanwhile, freedom and democracy, we're having a really hard time establishing it out there in the Severin sector. So we've talked about these like bad faith, like outrage cycles. The thing about the Selena Robinson's office, the Spider-Man thing. This is the latest thing. Okay, this is the latest thing that's upset everyone.
Outside the Art Gallery of Ontario, about 400 pro-Palestinian protesters blocking the entrance. The demonstration forcing the cancellation of a planned reception for Prime Minister Justin Trudeau and his Italian counterpart, Giorgia Meloni.
And yet, just worth putting this in the context. Remember, we keep talking about these like phony outrage cycles and like wondering when the next one's going to be. And the way anti-Semitism has been it's lost all meaning. The idea of like these accusations of anti-Semitism, they've been twisted around to these absolutely fucking absurd degrees, to the point where now it's completely become this totally meaningless accusation to like farcical amounts. Like we've talked about in Germany, under these new restrictions on anti-Semitism, it's like disproportionately Jewish people that are being arrested for these so-called anti-Semitic beliefs in fucking Germany. We're letting the Germans be the arbiters of what does and does not constitute anti-Semitism. It's absolutely insane. But this is the latest example of this now that we're going to look at.
You are complicit in the genocide. Your hands are red.
One demonstrator directing his anger at International Development Minister Ahmed Hussein.
You are complicit in the murder of my family members and my friends. Shame on you.
Police moved to control the crowd.
Stay back! Stay back!
Liberal MP Marco Mendicino was there, saying on social media, these thugs think they scored a win last night, but all they did was lose public support and embarrass themselves. Toronto police say no one was injured or arrested, but they are investigating. One protester spoke to CBC News. He would only give his first name, Kazan.
People want to show the Canadian government that it needs to end its complicity in this genocide. And yeah, cancelling the event I think is a success for today.
This former top Mountie says this protest could have spiraled out of control.
Agencies needed to call off the event to protect everyone and avoid some type of
We need to remember this for
incident
a few months from now, Strong Buddy wants to see if you were right about this.
This pro-Palestinian activist says anger with Ottawa has boiled over.
I think that it's coming off the backs of people feeling really helpless. What else can they do other than show their displeasure?
Well, I think it's genuinely more dangerous.
But this former top civil servant says increasingly angry protests targeting politicians are having an effect.
I like that little trick as well. You show the one person talking about, well, this is why people are protesting. They feel totally helpless and frustrated that our government's supporting the mass murder of tens of thousands of people. And they're like, but this guy says that these dangerous protests are the real threat to our society. And then they pivot to that guy and give him way more play. But we found this guy to tell us that these increasingly hostile protests are the true threat to our democracy.
I know people that decided not to run again in 2021 or won't run again next year because
the real victims are politicians now. Politicians are feeling intimidated and scared. This is the real problem. We've got politicians in this country that they feel intimidated and scared now. So on the one hand, you have people being upset with our government helping to murder tens of thousands of people. But on the other hand, elected officials are getting their feelings hurt. It's so uncivil. You see the same thing with the Galloway, right? When people are like standing there. Elected officials are so scared right now.
Environment, largely because they don't want to put their families through it.
And it's expensive. The cost to protect the Prime Minister has surged. The latest figure suggests it's nearly $3 million a month. JP Tasker, CBC News, Ottawa.
Won't somebody please think of the politicians? This is the thing, like people, this whole narrative of like, oh, people are so like intimidated.
Politicians are.
People are intimidated. People don't feel comfortable. People don't feel safe. Whether they're politicians, whether they're like university professors or whoever else, journalists. Oh, people don't feel comfortable. They don't feel safe. If you support the mass murder of tens of thousands of people, tens of thousands of little kids, I don't think you should feel comfortable. Like, I don't care if you feel uncomfortable. I don't care if you feel unsafe. I think you should feel uncomfortable. Like, if you don't have an actual conscience that's like causing you to feel whatever empathy for the people that you're helping to kill, no, I don't think you should feel comfortable when you go out in public. If you're going to go and advocate anywhere for the continued apartheid, if you're going to continually like go out and justify Israel's violence and barbarity and criminality, then no, I don't think you should feel comfortable. I don't care if you feel uncomfortable. That's not my problem. That is a you problem. If Israel's violence and criminality causes you to feel uncomfortable when people get naturally upset by it, that's not my problem. I think if the worst thing that happens to some of these folks, especially people like Trudeau have helped finance this thing, if the worst thing that happens to them is they feel a little bit uncomfortable and they don't want to run for a political office again, oh no. Like I think you're getting off pretty lucky in that case, actually. When you're talking about mass murder and genocide, it's an actual crime. It's a crime to support that. You know, we kind of forget that, but like there's usually consequences for crimes, like when you mass murder tens of thousands of people. If the worst thing that's happened is you feel a little uncomfortable and you feel uncomfortable going to the same dinner parties and you don't feel comfortable going out when there's pro-Palestine protests going on, that's the worst thing that happens to you. I think you got off pretty lucky. And like I said, eventually they're going to try and spin some ceasefire and say that this is what we wanted all along, and they're going to try and like promote some idea. But like the facts are the facts, and they've supported all of this from moment one. I do not give a shit if you feel comfortable. It's the same thing that you see the same strategy with the George Galloway stuff though, right? He just wins an election. He wins a majority. And then they turn around and say like people in your community feel uncomfortable. They don't feel safe. But who are we talking about? Most people support me. Most people voted for me. Just like in our society, most people don't support Israel's full ability to just like murder tens of thousands of people. People that want there to be a ceasefire, we're actually the majority. But hummus was hiding beneath the refugee orphanage. Jesus Christ. So we talked about the Mount Sinai Hospital thing, the Selena Robinson thing. Look how this is described by an elected official. Marco Mendicino from MP for Eglinton Lawrence. Like we just saw on the National, that protest. It's like 400 people getting an event canceled with Trudeau and this like piece of shit fascist Mendicino. Thank you. Strong bad emails. Being culturally insensitive. Yeah, so it was like 400 people that got this event canceled between Trudeau and this dipshit fascist Italian PM. And this is how he frames it. Disgusting anti-Semitic protesters swarmed, threatened, and assaulted members of the Italian-Canadian community at an official event last night at the HEO in downtown Toronto. Anti-Semitic protesters swarmed the members of the Italian-Canadian community. No one was hurt or arrested, but they were also assaulted. That's right. I just want to say that one more time, though. I just want to say this one more time. Disgusting anti-Semitic protesters swarmed, threatened, and assaulted members of the Italian-Canadian community. So that's how little meaning this entire concept of anti-Semitism now has, because of the way it's been so cynically and weaponized and deployed like this for now years as a way to go after anyone that's against Israel's obvious criminality. And this now it's anti-Semitic to protest Italian people now. Now Italian people are just de facto Jewish. Right? And this is the logical endpoint. Anyone that supports Israel gets that blanket like level of protection where anyone that opposes them is now guilty of like racism or anti-Semitism. Whether you're Jewish or not. You know, and if you are Jewish and you support Palestine, you don't get the protections of the people that claim to care about anti-Semitism. The location was not secure, and that was their objective. They don't want their fellow Canadians to feel safe. To say nothing of the fact, this whole feeling safe thing, like who are we talking about feeling safe? Do Arabs and Muslims in Canada feel safe when there's this top-down narrative framing their support for Palestine as being support for terror? And we claim that if you support Palestine, you support Hamas, and you support violence, and you support terrorism. Do we think it makes people feel less safe when we suggest that their like political beliefs or their ethnic identity means that they support terrorism and violence? Leading to like Islamophobia increasing, as these campaigns always do. So it's this question of who we care about when they feel safe versus who we don't. If you're Palestinian or from any like Arab or Muslim community and you have this connection to Palestine, we don't care about whether you feel safe. If we're literally supporting the violent displacement or murder of your own family, do you feel safe? Well, no. Screaming, shoving, and spitting at seniors, calling them genocidal baby killers makes you really tough. Utter bullshit. In fact, I remember this was the exact... I talked about before in 2003 when Netanyahu came to Concordia, and I was there on that day, knowing really nothing about that conflict. Just showed up, and there's this big protest that turned into this like iconic riot at Concordia. But that was the exact... I remember then, that was the exact narrative then. Oh, you're spitting and shoving these seniors and you know, saying that they support violence. It is the exact same, word for word, the same thing. That's at Hasbara, I guess. You break the law, you should be arrested, charged, and prosecuted. I've said it before and I'll say it again. Police need to enforce the law. These thugs think they scored a win last night, but all they did was lose public support and embarrass themselves. So they simultaneously assaulted people and engaged in this horrible crime, but also that they didn't do anything and they just embarrassed themselves. And this is an elected official, and he's calling for the police to arrest protesters. Like, that's what he's doing. you break the law, you should be arrested. Well, who broke the law? He's not actually like outlining or indicating who actually broke the law. We saw the clip, and even in the clip from the National that we looked at, they said no one was arrested, nothing happened. There was 400 people protesting an event, which we're supposed to have the right to do. I lived through the convoy. Thousands of white nationalist terrorists took over the city 1.5 months. Violently held us hostage, led to many of us developing PTSD, but they were white, so no worries. Yeah. And they're like mad that like the government wanted them to get a shot, to get a special kind of medicine for free. And that's all. That's all that they were mad about. Really what they're mad about is like Justin Trudeau working with George Soros and the World Economic Forum to bring in non-white immigrants to destroy the white race, but they can't really say it, so they had to couch it in the kind of vaccine, big pharma kind of thing. But, yeah. And this is a protest about a very real, like not a pretend Holocaust or some kind of pretend conspiracy or genocide, white genocide that we're making up in our minds. This is an actual government being sponsored by our own government, dropping bombs on tens of thousands of little kids. Guess what? There's people that are against that. Yeah, there's people that don't want our government doing that. And in fact, when our government does do that, want to hold them accountable for doing so. But it led to this, what I think is like an iconic tweet. This tweet is so fucking funny. First you got Dan here. Yesterday they came for the Italians and I said, hey, whoa. This is an iconic tweet from Kevin Wong. First they came for the Jews. Yesterday they came for the Italians. Who will be next? History has shown us that what starts with the Jews never ends with the Jews. We must stand together, united against hate, to ensure history does not repeat itself. First of all, worth pointing out that poem, which is always misquoted. They didn't. That's not even what the poem says. They didn't say first they came for the Jews. It's first they came for the communists, as we recall. That's the one interesting thing about the ways that communists who have been like organizing against Israel and for Palestine, and the way that there was that like big piece in Time magazine the other day that was like, oh, we need to talk about the history of this kind of new anti-Semitism, and then talked about how the Marxists viewed Jews as being some threat, which is totally ahistorical nonsense, because as we know from that poem, that like Jews and socialism were like entwined together. That was the whole Judeo-Bolshevik conspiracy that predated the Holocaust. Jews were viewed as like inherently embedded in the whole socialist program. And then decades later, you've got the new anti-Semitism, and they're saying the exact opposite. That in fact, the socialists were anti-Semites themselves and were just like the fascists in this way. It's just complete ahistorical nonsense. That's a hilarious tweet, though. First they came for the Jews. Yesterday they came for the Italians. That's great. Because again, it's a protest against Israeli criminality and this like fascist Italian PM. So this is where our discourse is at, though, now. And then, yeah, Strong Bad Emails just linked to his weird case about failing to report sex assault charges in the Naval Reserve. Lecturing us about morality and standing against hate. And now he's an MP. Good. Love this country. But that's how, like, completely outrageous these accusations about anti-Semitism are, right? Now protesting an Italian prime minister is anti-Semitic, you know? There's a not-so-hidden Holocaust denialism here, too. They came for Italians to do what? Nothing. Why are you equating this to the Holocaust? They literally just, they protested. It was 400 people outside the speech. The Italians are tired. Oh. That's great stuff. Shit. Okay, I gotta watch some kind of video, or I don't know what I should do here. I've been yapping for a good 4 hours here. I saw a free parking sign. I thought it said free pasta. Jesus. Oh, yeah, and then I saw the UN is putting out some press conference to... It's this whole cycle of propaganda, the way it works. It's interesting. It's like you have fake propaganda that becomes kind of self-justifying. Now you have some UN person trying to give credence to these accusations by citing all the exact same debunked sources to as using that as proof that it happened. And then the people that got debunked are saying, look, now she's saying it, so it shows that it's true, when it's just this cycle of misinformation. Okay, I'm wondering what to look at now. What do I have here? I got about another hour to go. I love how E. Barlagos cycles through public and private replies. She just loves having people yell at her. I was people, her becoming the main character of Twitter and having everyone yell at her was the most exciting thing that's ever happened in her life, I'm sure. So she's addicted to the slow drip of people mocking her. Yeah, we talked a little bit about that before PM Trio. That's one of the most horrifying things I've ever seen. It's just a long line now of absolutely horrifying imagery that I will probably never be able to forget in my life. I'm kind of having trouble just finding some kind of video situation to put on. I will remind people one more time to please, if you can, subscribe to this program. Really trying to hit my targets every day this week. Halfway there today. Halfway there to the sub goals. So if you can, please do subscribe to this program. It really helps me out a lot, and I really appreciate it a lot. And it's the only way that I can still do this show. If you can, please subscribe, gift subs, join the Friendship Triangle community, rocket right up to the very tip top of the Friendship Triangle system with a gift of 5 subs or above. It all really, really helps. And we become friends after. We become friends. And it's real. It's real friendship. Yeah, this is the tweet I referenced, but this is something that I still do happen to believe. I referenced this before. I had bookmarked it to look at, though. You know, no matter what the actual truth is about what happened on October 7th, like I said, I don't think it's entirely this, like, this narrative, oh, no one did anything bad or nothing bad happened or no one was harmed. Like, I don't believe that, but I do ultimately believe this, though. Which just says, fascist Zionist propagandists saw this picture going viral, inspiring millions, and immediately started making up stories about mass rape and beheaded babies. You know? And that I do believe to be true. I mean, we've seen a number of these stories. How many stories need to be proven to be totally false before we admit that, like, this is a central part of this strategy, is making up these kind of outrageous accusations and stories? And accusing anyone of blood libel who questions it. Okay, let's just look at this, I guess.
Gaza made
State Department briefing, and really no one subscribed. Not one person. This is going to be a rough day. My calls to action are falling on deaf ears. Anyway, let's just look at this smirking banality of evil dipshit from the U.S. State Department.
painfully clear. People are desperate for food, for water, for medicine. Parents are facing impossible choices about how to feed their children.
You can count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you
from,
through all this.
Or if it will come at all. The situation is simply intolerable. And that's why the United States is focused on increasing and sustaining aid in Gaza through as many channels.
Thank you, Dr. Maggot, for the gifted sub.
As possible. Over the weekend, the Department of Defense and the Jordanian Royal Air Force worked together to airdrop 38,000.
Oh yeah, that whole airdrop stunt.
Operating out of Jordan, this operation saw a United States contribution of 66 bundles of aid packed across 3.
I know we're sending them the bombs, you know. I don't know how many bombs have been dropped on Gaza over the last 5 months. Several thousand, though. We've given them every single one. We've given them the money for every single one. But we're also dropping humanitarian aid for like 2% of the population of people that live there. Like no one buys this shit anymore. This good cop act. We're being so helpful. We're airdropping aid in addition to the bombs that we're also dropping. 2 trucks worth of aid and 2 tons of bombs. Why is there a need for humanitarian aid? If only we knew. If only there was some way to know. We just don't know.
C-130 aircraft delivered to those in dire need. This airdrop was the first in a series the Department of Defense will be conducting, but I want to be clear about one thing.
And also,
these airdrops are intended to supplement, not replace, aid through other mechanisms.
Well, why is other aid from other mechanisms not getting in? Well, one of the reasons is that UNRWA, which is the number one resource for getting aid into Gaza, is being defunded by the United States. and several other countries, because they immediately unquestioningly believe Israeli claims about UNRWA employees being terrorists and Hamas sympathizers. That's one reason. There's Israeli citizens having a party with bouncy castles and like a barbecue and tents and having a great time hanging out at these border crossings, intentionally blocking the trucks and blocking the aid from getting in. That's another reason that we're having to resort to these airdrops. Because our own partners, our greatest ally in the Middle East, who we arm and fund endlessly and have given full blanket support to engage in the worst criminality that we've seen in our lifetimes over the last few months, they're not letting the aid in, which is the reason that we're having to do this airdrop shit. The Oxfam guys just like, this is just to alleviate the guilt of Biden's cabinet. Yeah, I mean, it's like, you know, yeah, it's to make some liberals feel better about themselves. It doesn't actually, you're literally causing the crisis in the first place. And then you're not even putting a band-aid on the crisis. You're like, it's like a drop in the ocean of what's necessary. And this is supposed to be the thing that shows how like serious they are about helping people, protecting people. Yeah, and promoting this whole new ceasefire idea, which is just a 6-week pause in the murder so Hamas can totally, completely disarm and surrender before the violence continues. Have they tried giving $14 billion to Hamas and dropping spoiled food on Tel Aviv? Seems like a good way to change it up. Why don't you try something different, you know? You know, we spent the last 2 years giving like Stinger missiles and weapons to the people of Ukraine to resist their occupier and the army that's invading their country. Maybe we should try doing that with the Palestinians. Maybe instead of airdropping in aid, we should be sending them the Stinger missiles that they can use. And they say too, apparently it's a war crime to use these rockets that like Hamas and these other groups use because they don't have precision targeting systems. You know, we use advanced weaponry that has precision targeting systems, even though it doesn't seem to work very well because you're killing tens of thousands of civilians. But that's why when they do it, it's a crime, and when we do it, it's okay. Because when they kill people, it's intentionally, and when we kill people, it's totally by accident. So you give them better rockets, right? Give them the F-16s and give them the surface-to-air missiles and the Stinger missiles or whatever it is, the anti-tank missiles. And then they won't be using these homemade rockets, which are apparently no good and don't count as part of the legal right that people have to resist occupation and colonization. Maybe we should try that. Is that a scary extremist thing to say? Well, apparently not. We had our whole media establishment totally united in determining that like it's good for us to be sending Ukraine, you know, these kinds of weapons, Ukrainians. So apparently it's okay. Apparently it's okay when we do that. Yeah, don't let them get away with this.
We are also actively pursuing options to establish a maritime assistance corridor. We are in discussion with a number of partners about this initiative, and while it is still in the development phase, we are optimistic about its potential to supplement our air and land efforts. We continue to work to increase the amount of aid flowing through existing border crossings at Rafah and Kerem Shalom, and to press the government of Israel to open additional crossings and routes into Gaza. Even as we explore other means of delivery, it is critical that we maximize the aid flowing into Gaza over land. When it comes to distribution inside Gaza, over the past week, the ability of the UN and other humanitarian implementers to distribute assistance within central and south Gaza
the UN, like
has
UNRWA?
improved. While over 100 trucks a day of humanitarian assistance are now being distributed to those in need, this level is still significantly below the levels needed to meet minimum requirements to avert famine. In northern Gaza, we
it's because the famine is being very intentionally
humanitarian
implemented
situation. While private sector convoys
by
have
our
attempted to
partners.
deliver assistance, and some have been successful, these efforts are not and cannot be a replacement for large-scale assistance to the north distributed by the UN. We will continue to press the government of Israel to
The
facilitate
UN, like UNRWA,
increased
which is
deliveries
Hamas.
to the north.
You yourself have said.
Our goal is clear: to establish a comprehensive aid strategy that includes air, land, and sea routes to maximize the flow of humanitarian aid into Gaza and ensure that aid is distributed to everyone in Gaza who needs it. Finally,
Why do they need
we
aid,
continue
though?
to push for a temporary ceasefire through a hostage agreement that would allow a massive surge
Temporary.
of aid into Gaza and ease the distribution problems that are currently hindering
A
humanitarian
temporary ceasefire.
A deal is on the table. A deal that would bring the hostages home and that would alleviate the terrible suffering of the Palestinian people. Hamas.
It's not going to alleviate it's not going to alleviate anyone's suffering if it's temporary. If it's a temporary ceasefire, when they give up every single bit of leverage that they have, and then the bombing resumes, then it's not a reprieve. It's not alleviating anything. Like, and ask yourself, if you live in that situation, is it acceptable at this point now to just go back to the previous status quo of the daily, just average, normal colonialist violence and dehumanization and repression and murder? Like, that's what we're asking Palestinians to do, right? We'll stop this bombing, and you can just go back to the everyday apartheid and the everyday violence of occupation. While after having experienced this like world historic trauma. You think Israel would keep bombing if they got the hostages back? Yeah, like, yeah. I know you're just joking, Raven, but like, yes. Many people seem to be confused by this. As we know, as we've talked about many times, they could have gotten these hostages back months ago. There was a deal in place right away. But that's what we're asking, right? Like, that's what the Israeli government's saying. They don't want a two-state solution. They've been very, very clear. No two-state solution. They've been very, very, very clear about this. So when we're promoting this idea of a temporary ceasefire, that's what it is. It's a temporary ceasefire that stops this particular bombing campaign on a temporary basis, after which point the people that are resisting give up every single bit of leverage they have, and then not only is the bombing campaign going to continue, but if by some fucking miracle that stops on a more permanent basis, it's just going to go back to the everyday routine violence and dehumanization and exploitation of the occupation. And that's just going to continue indefinitely into the future because, as Israel has pointed out, they have no interest in changing that situation whatsoever. And then when you know, Palestinians don't want to take this deal, we're going to say like, oh, I can't believe this. There was a ceasefire. That's what they say about the early 2000s as well, right? There's a deal on the table and they walked away, when that's the deal that we're talking about.
For that, Matt.
Thanks, Matt.
They want to turn Gaza into West Bank too, and there's already Israeli settlers coming in, right? We've seen the first waves of Israeli settlers starting to build little tent encampments just for a foothold, getting protected by the IDF and being allowed to do it. And that's how these settlements start. So that's already happening.
But before getting back to the aid, before getting into the aid, I just want to ask you what you know about this U.S. Embassy employee who was found dead in Jerusalem.
I can confirm the death of a direct hire employee of the U.S. Embassy in Jerusalem. There's not much more I can say at this point due to privacy
Total mystery.
considerations. As you know, there are steps we need to undertake, including next of kin notification.
Total mystery.
Whenever such a terrible tragedy occurs. But it's an incident that is under investigation, and I do just want to be clear, that's a step that always happens when someone dies, and there are no indications of foul play.
Okay, but when you say a direct hire, what does that mean? I mean, an American citizen?
American citizen. And I can't say much more. I'm sure when we finish next of kin.
Oh, our biggest ally killed an American citizen. We're going to look into it, though. We're going to look into it very strongly.
Again, due to the privacy and respect for the family, it's not something I can say today. Be happy to get into it once we've completed that process.
All right. And then back to unless someone else wants to go on that. Just back on the aid situation. So,
By the way, I'm so sorry, but Hella Gay Jamie was like an hour ago subscribed, I think, when I took a little break. Thank you, Jamie.
you know that Benny Gantz is in town and meeting with the Vice President and people at the White House today and with Secretary Blinken tomorrow. How focused are these discussions going to be on the aid situation, which you just said was intolerable?
So it will be at the top of the agenda. I won't speak in detail as to what the Vice President, the National Security Advisor, will discuss with the minister. I'm sure that they will provide readouts and speak to those meetings at some point.
Australian PM was referred to the ICC for complicity in genocide. Hopefully Canada's next. There is something, it seems like a dam is broken a little bit, right, with this like South Africa accusation. I saw Nicaragua as well now using these kind of international institutions to make these kind of claims. It kind of feels like a really seismic shift has happened where a lot of these countries in the global south that have been victims of Western foreign policy and have experienced Western values firsthand, whether you're talking about South Africa or Nicaragua, both of which have been on the receiving end of some of our most cherished Western values in the past. Really interesting now seeing some of these countries start to use these international institutions now to try and make clear to everyone like what's the scale of what's going on here and try and actually cause some kind of genuine lead to some kind of sense of actual justice for the kind of criminality that we've seen, that we've been subsidized over the last couple of months. It's really interesting. We should organize that our country is guilty ourselves. We should do that. I'm sure if it's not allowed, then it should be. I would love to accuse Canada of being complicit in genocide in some of the international court. If anyone does, I fully support it.
But I can tell you it is at the top of the agenda. It will be at the top of the agenda when Secretary Blinken meets with Minister Gantz tomorrow. It's something that the Secretary raised in a phone call with Ron Dermer, the Israeli Minister for Strategic Affairs, earlier today, to press that more must be done to get aid into Gaza, to ensure that the delivery of aid is sustained into Gaza, and to ensure that once aid gets into Gaza, it can be distributed to those who need it.
Okay, and based on the conversation the Secretary had with former Ambassador Dermer this morning, do you have any indication that the Israelis are willing to allow more aid in, especially since you've been pushing for several weeks now on opening Erez crossing in the north into Gaza, and that has not yet happened?
So I will let the Israeli government speak for themselves about decisions that they take, but we will continue to press them to allow more aid in through Rafah.
I hate this fucking double speak. Oh, we just don't have any control. We don't have, there's just nothing we can do. We'll continue to have these conversations when there's the guys pointing out the obvious fucking contradiction in the fact that like our greatest ally are the ones not letting in the aid in the first place. Oh, if there's only some way we could compel them. Unfortunately, there's not. We just can't tell. We're only the United States of America. Can you imagine if the United States of America tried to like use its political or economic power to influence the country to act a certain way? Can you imagine something so crazy? No, of course we would never dream of doing that with Israel or anyone else. So all we can do is just have these little conversations. And when they say no, we say, well, I guess we're just going to keep having these conversations. Keep having these difficult conversations. Yeah, Egypt as well. I mean, all these like, traitorous governments that have been part of continuing this process and normalizing this process. Let's just hear that again.
For themselves. So I will let the Israeli government speak for themselves about decisions that they take. But we will continue to press them to allow more aid in through Rafah, through Kerem Shalom,
And when they
and
say
to
no,
open
we say,
additional
well,
crossings to
nothing
the
we could do.
north. As we've spoken about before, it's extremely difficult to get aid from southern Gaza and central Gaza into the north right now. We all saw the horrific video last week of commercial deliveries in the north to people who are incredibly desperate for food. And
why? Why are they desperate? They're being intentionally starved by our greatest ally, by the way.
The chance of getting food, the way they rush to get it, it's a clear sign that more needs to be done. And so that's what we're pressing the government of Israel to do.
But do you have any indication that they get it?
Israel's intentionally starving these people. They're intentionally doing the famine, though,
again,
sir.
I don't want to speak for them, but it's something we're continuing to press.
I'm asking you to tell me whether, or to tell everyone here what, whether or not you think that your arguments are having an impact.
It is an issue that we remain incredibly focused on. The government of Israel.
These people make me sick.
They say publicly that they want to ensure that aid gets to those who need it, but ultimately, as you've heard us
the little
to
grin.
Other matters, it's the results that matter, not the intent. And right now, not enough aid is getting in, and not enough aid is getting distributed, and that needs to change.
Yeah, that's intentional. That's our greatest allies. They're intentionally starving people.
Let's go back a little bit to the airdrops because they have.
They can't get in because Israeli civilians and military blocking them.
Well, a lot of people made the point that why does Washington need to resort to a practice that it would use in battlefields or areas that are controlled by hostile forces, given that, this area is controlled by Israel? Why is the United States forced to use this practice to get aid into an area that its closest ally controls?
So a few things. Number one, we are using airdrops because not enough aid is getting in right now. That's the fundamental reason, and we want to do everything we can.
But why, sir?
Through any mechanism possible.
Why is the aid not getting in? It's just a mystery. It's just not getting in. It's clogged.
Gaza, as I said in my opening comments, we are continuing to push for the
pipes are clogged. The aid pipes.
But then the third thing I would say is I've seen people expressing their opposition to these airdrops, and it's something I frankly don't understand. If you want to say
no shit, you
that
don't
airdrops
understand
are
it.
not enough, fine. We would agree with that proposition. As I said, we
You're also bombing the people.
Through a maritime
so dropping bombs in addition to it.
We want to see aid come in through the crossings that are already open but need to be increased. And we want to see aid come in through additional crossings that are open. But it's a good thing, not a bad thing, to see thousands of meals distributed by air. And so we will continue
to 2 million people.
Deliver aid
thousands of meals to 2 million
people.
people.
Very much not a replacement for every other mechanism to get aid into Gaza.
I mean, I think a lot of people were pointing out to the fact that it's a very expensive workaround. So I want to repeat a question that me and my
It's our own great ally blocking it.
Over the last 4 months, the United States does have a very important and big.
No, strong bad emails. This man is a demon.
Israel, like it does.
He's a demon from hell.
Countries, and that is the military aid. And you have repeatedly said that.
Like Chavez said, I can smell the sulfur. I can still smell the sulfur. This podium smells like sulfur.
Does not think it's the best option to use that leverage. So, after the events of last week, and as the situation on the ground gets even more dire, and there seems to be an obvious inability on the part of U.S. government to influence Israel in a meaningful way on this particular issue, is the United States reconsidering its decision to not use military aid as leverage over Israel?
So again, we continue to support Israel's campaign to ensure that the attacks of October 7th can not be repeated. We have provided military assistance to Israel
this
because it is
motherfucker,
consistent
man.
with that goal. The leadership of Hamas that planned and plotted October 7th.
And they've killed tens of thousands of people. We still can't get those
Gaza.
pesky Hamas guys, though.
Pose a threat to innocent civilians.
We've killed tens of thousands. Oh,
Israel.
they pose a threat to
They
innocent
would
civilians.
relaunch,
Yeah,
the
we
attacks
care
of
so
October
much.
7th today, tomorrow, if they had the capability to do so. So we support Israel's legitimate military campaign, consistent with their national humanitarian law.
It's not
That's why we
consistent.
continue to support them militarily.
He's describing a fantasy
we are incredibly
land.
concerned about the humanitarian situation, and that's why
We support this thing.
Level.
We support this thing that's not happening. We support their ability to wage self-defense in this legitimate military campaign that is respectful of human life and does this and does that. We continue to support this thing that doesn't exist, that's not happening, that I just made up. It's a made-up tale. At the same time, we're so concerned, though. At the same time that we support this non-existent thing that's happening. Who even knows how many tens of thousands of people have been killed before? It's almost certainly more than what the official number is now. So we continue to support this thing that's not happening, but we're also very concerned. We're very concerned with the impact that it has on civilians. You know, we're giving them the bombs that they need to murder these civilians, and which we fully support, but at the same time, we're concerned about all these civilians that are being murdered. Just like we're 1.5 million bodies in a quarter century into the war on terror. Yeah, this is, and again, Barbara, this is why I'm extremely skeptical about lecturing other countries for their like policies to try and confront extremism and terrorism in their society. I don't think we have a ton of credibility to be doing that, frankly. We've tried to tell them not to build over human bodies. They're just doing their best. We keep telling repeatedly to knock it off. These people are just absolute monsters, demons. Like I was not exaggerating before.
The engagement by the president, the engagement by the secretary that ensured that Rafah was open in the first place, that ensured that Kerem Shalom was open in the first place, that hopefully is going to ensure another crossing opens in the north. And so it is through that engagement that we have gotten humanitarian assistance in. That is in no way to say that we're satisfied. We are very much not satisfied. And so we're going to build on the record that has proven somewhat successful, but very much needs to be expanded in getting more humanitarian assistance in, and we will engage directly with the Israeli government on that question.
So that's a no.
It's the answer I just provided.
Okay, a couple of other little things on maritime. You said this is in development phase, but so I mean, as much as you can say, there is no port in Gaza. Where is this going to be offloaded?
So I can't say very much about it. It's a matter that we are exploring with
Why isn't there a port?
Partners as well as other partners in the region. There are a number of different ways to do it. We're trying to find the most efficient way to get as much aid in as possible. But while we're reviewing that privately, I don't think I should talk to it in detail from here.
Is there any consideration that U.S. military would be involved?
We have, as you've heard the president make clear, he is not sending U.S. military to Gaza.
Not what I've heard.
The mayor's question, maybe we ask it a slightly different way. Israel, of course, is a friendly country to the United States, is a very good relationship, but there are actually warnings of famine, perhaps coming soon in Gaza. I mean, do you believe that Israel could do more to actually avert this?
We do think there is more that they could do. There's more that they could do practically. There are decisions that they could make that would
They're
have an
intentionally
opening
creating the famine.
Crossing would be one. There are practical decisions that they could make with respect to.
They're intentionally starving people.
Distribution of aid inside Gaza.
Why would they do that when they're intentionally starving people?
I very much agree that there is more that they can do and more that they should do.
Why do you think they haven't done it? Is there any influence of the U.S.?
I will let them speak to their own decision making. The point that we make to them is that the situation as it stands now is unacceptable. And
it's so fucking embarrassing that they're literally, this is what they're saying. This is coming from them saying like, we're telling them what to do. And we're handing them billions of dollars and all these weapons and we're telling them what to do. And they're just telling us to go fuck themselves. And they're just saying, give us the money and shut up. These are just openly admitting that we're telling them to do this. And they just don't listen to us. They just don't want to do it. Like, this is fucking embarrassing. Why are you giving them the money and the funding and the weapons if they're not listening to you? You would think maybe that would be contingent. Maybe that would be contingent on giving you the money or the weapons, saying, if we're going to give you this money and weapons, this is what's going to happen. That would not be unreasonable. They're literally just saying, like, we're giving them the weapons, we're giving them whatever they want, and we're telling them what to do. And they just say no. And we say, okay, well, sorry. Let's talk about it again tomorrow. Like, this is fucking embarrassing. This is their own admission. This is the way this relationship works according to the Joe Biden administration. We give them total carte blanche to do whatever they want. We give them the money. We give them the bombs. And we politely make suggestions to them, which they can just choose to listen to or not listen to. And it seems to be most of the time not listen to. That's their own admission. That's how they describe this relationship functioning. They just have full carte blanche to have whatever weapons or money that they need, and with no restriction in what they do with it, and no interference whatsoever into what they're doing.
You can count on me. You're gonna have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Dr. Maggot, thank you for the gifted sub. I appreciate it. But like, this is embarrassing, you know? What does direct action look like for this? What can an average person who cares do? Well, Sonic Rat, I mean, there's a lot of protests that are going on. I think showing up to these protests means something. It's obviously threatening to our ruling class if it's not doing anything to stop them. I don't think there's a lot that we can do to stop them, because these are powerful people that have their hands on the levers of power for the most powerful Western governments in the world. So there is more serious direct action people are doing. They're blockading weapons shipments. They're blockading companies. They're boycotting and divesting from companies. These are all things that we can do. Engaging in protests like what happened with Trudeau and Meloni the other night. Obviously, this is terrifying and upsetting to our ruling class. So this is all the examples that we should continue to do these kinds of things and support these kinds of things. Can't wait for how much more fun this all gets when Trump gets back into the White House, which he will thanks to the Supreme Court ruling today. I didn't really look at that, even though I think I am podcasting about it in about 2 hours. But I think it's an interesting thought experiment. There's a lot of like differences between like Trump and Biden or whoever else, but I think one interesting thought experiment is to see how much of that difference is purely rhetorical. I don't know that Trump's policy with Israel could be, is there any difference? Except maybe the dipshit at this podium would be more unapologetic, and there'd be less like hand wringing and less like, we're trying to get them to stop language. And it'd be more like, no, they're going to continue and we support it. Like maybe that would be the difference. Fundamentally though, I don't think there would be a lot of difference. And the same thing goes for a lot of other policies like immigration, like law and order, funding the police and all this stuff. You'd see structurally all the policies are going to be mostly the same. But yeah, if Trump does come back, and again, I'm not counting on that to happen. I don't know what's going to happen. I think Republicans are they're such weird freaks and don't actually run on popular things. And in fact, have tied their whole political project to like deeply unpopular things like abortion and like banning like IVF and this kind of stuff, this complete freak shit that I think turns off many people and convinces people to vote against them. So I think it's entirely possible that they do lose, but I would be I genuinely don't think there would be any difference functionally between policies on this subject when it comes to Gaza. Don't underestimate MAGA. Yeah, I'm not like, I think it's entirely likely that that is what happens. I just don't really want to make any predictions because I've been repeatedly proven wrong about these kinds of things in the past. So I think it could go either way. But if Biden does lose, though, they'll have no one to blame but themselves. And they will blame, as always, they'll blame everyone except themselves. They will blame Muslim voters in Michigan that were against Israeli genocide. They'll blame those people before they'll look in the mirror and be like, maybe we shouldn't have backed Israel completely. Maybe it harmed us a little bit to fully support this brutal mass murder campaign. Maybe they won't have these conversations with themselves. They will blame anyone else other than themselves. Yeah, they'll blame Bernie Bros from 2016. That's right. And no, this is not a special episode. I am going a little bit later, a little bit longer. I got a little bit more time the next couple of days because of March break stuff and the way that worked out. But that's contingent on trying to get to the sub goals. So if you enjoy these longer episodes and you want to ensure that I can have more of these longer episodes, please, if you can, subscribe. Because if I spend 5 or 6 hours on here and don't get to the sub goal, then it becomes a lot more of a tougher sell later when I want to do the same thing. Anyway, let's continue this press conference.
Everyone involved needs to do more.
And just one more on that. The situation in northern Gaza in particular, there's been a security deterioration. I mean, do you think that everything has been done that could be possible to actually improve the security there? Or do you think there are things the Israelis could do to improve the stability there?
I do think there's more. I think one of the most important things that they could do to improve the security situation in northern Gaza would be to open a crossing to allow humanitarian aid to get in.
How do you think Reckon Polyev would handle the current conflict? I think it would be mostly the same, except there'd be way more going after the protesters and way suggesting that Trudeau or whoever was too soft on it. Functionally, functionally, I don't think there'd be as much of a difference. But again, it would be largely rhetorical.
Israel faces there are a number of security issues right now with respect to northern Gaza. One is that there are Hamas fighters that continue to operate there and continue to pop
Why do they operate there? Perhaps they operate because their people are under this kind of assault and they're being murdered by the tens of thousands. Maybe that's why they're operating there. No, once we kill all these people though, then it's going to be safe. Once we've killed every single member of Hamas, that's all. Believe me, we're only backing Israel until they kill every single member of Hamas that wants to engage in this kind of armed struggle, and then they're not going to stop. They're going to not continue doing that kind of stuff anymore. Then it's going to be a ceasefire. Maybe it's the whole fact that there is this apartheid occupation that's been going on for decades. Maybe that's feeding into the people that are joining these kind of resistance groups. I don't know. Maybe that has something to do with it. Maybe that's the reason. Maybe we could kill every single member of Hamas, or every single Hamas member could put down their weapons and surrender tomorrow. And lo and behold, 1 month from now, or 1 week from now, or 1 day from now, there would be another resistance group engaging in armed struggle against Israel, because that's what colonized and occupied people do. And that's what they have the legal right to do as well. And I'm sure Israel isn't defining Hamas as synonymous with Palestinian. Yeah, of course not.
To time and try to re-engage with IDF forces. But there is also a security situation with respect to the number of people who are desperate for aid. And that's the security situation that you saw play out last week, when you see hundreds, if not thousands, of people running to trucks just because they're desperate for food.
And Israel shot them.
For their families. So we think getting more
and Israel shot them when they were doing that.
Both alleviate the underlying humanitarian situation, but would alleviate the desperation. And that if people knew, it gets to this point.
They're desperate because they're being starved intentionally.
Trying to get aid in through as many channels as possible it is our assessment that if people know that this truck they see today is not the last truck that's going to be in their neighborhood delivering food in the next week or month, they're less likely to rush out there and put themselves in danger, put their neighbors in danger, and create a chaotic situation. So we just need to get more aid in so people have confidence that there will be a next meal for themselves, for their family members, and that's what we're trying to do. Jen, go ahead. Go ahead.
It was just to follow up on the security point. I mean, how much of a factor is the bombing of police forces that were securing these convoys by the Israelis in what has happened since? Because we know what a problem that has caused. These police, as far as I understand it, are sometimes unarmed. They contain remnants that are still loyal to Fatah, not all Hamas, and they have been hit.
He's blaming the starving folks for the chaos, not the IOF snipers. But they said that. But the thing is, though, after they admitted that they did that, then afterwards, when everyone got mad, they said that they didn't do it. So now we can't talk about that anymore. Now it's been cleared up. They came out and said that they weren't responsible for that, though. So we can't mention that. It's been a slow-rolling starvation campaign, and he never cared until some bad PR came out of it. Yeah, exactly. Now that's why they're on the back foot. And again, this idea that we were trying to increase humanitarian aid while supporting the causes of why the aid is needed in the first place is just so fucking ludicrous. It is so ludicrous.
Complete drying up of aid, particularly being able to get to the north, and therefore part of the problem that with the terrible event we saw on Thursday. So how much of a factor was Israel doing that in what's now happened?
It is a significant factor, and the point that we have made to the government of Israel is what's important is that aid be distributed from the warehouses at Rafah, the warehouses at Kerem Shalom, or just inside the Gaza border, out to neighborhoods so people can get it. There are a number of ways in which that could occur. Police escorts could be one. As I mentioned a moment ago, there are increased deliveries that have been going on in the last week in which the UN has been able to find security that is not provided by on-duty police. There may be other alternative mechanisms as well. Ultimately, that's a question for the government of Israel and the United Nations to determine. But what we have made clear is what's not an acceptable alternative is for people to starve. And so whatever the security situation
it's not acceptable.
that needs to be established to ensure that those trucks can delivered needs to be done. And
it's not acceptable. What if it continues
then?
Then?
We're happy to work with Israel and with the United Nations to find the best.
It's not acceptable for people to continue starving. Well, what are you going to do?
Their food, their water, their medicine.
We're going to keep giving them money, and obviously.
An unacceptable answer is leaving those trucks just sitting in warehouses and not getting the aid distributed to the people who desperately need it.
But doesn't it go? It goes to the fundamental issue, though, that there is no security in Gaza. So this is not a day after problem, some sort of hypothetical in the future. It's happening now, and it's happening now because there is no plan.
I would not disagree with the assessment that it is not a day after issue. It is an issue now, and it's one that the government of Israel needs to work with the United Nations to determine an answer to now, because there is a very urgent need on the ground. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah.
Sorry, I was supposed to come to you. But
Thank you, Matt.
Someone mentioned the there's this new now UN report, right? That's going back to these narratives about sexual violence, and people are saying like, oh, you can't deny it now. Now the UN's saying it. Now the UN's saying it. After all the conversation that there's been about the New York Times and this whole campaign about mass rapes and sexual violence and all this stuff. Here's the number. Like, we can look more. Like, you've got Zay Squirrel on Twitter going crazy over this, obviously. Here's what it boils down to, though. This is from the buried on page 15 of its 23-page report. As a result of the aforementioned challenges, it must be noted that the information gathered by the mission team was in a large part sourced from Israeli national institutions. This is due to the absence of United Nations entities operating in Israel, as well as the lack of cooperation by the State of Israel with relevant United Nations bodies with an investigative mandate. So I don't like what's in this report. It's like, that's all you need to see. Whatever information is in this report that hasn't already been out there, that hasn't been used by these propagandists, all the information is coming from the Israeli national institutions. And as much as they claim like, oh, Hamas run health ministry and all this stuff to downplay like the truth and actual evidence that we see these things, if it's coming from Israel, then it's a fucking lie. That's all we really need to see. I will link this Zay Squirrel thread, though, because they go in on it pretty heavily.
A couple of things in your response to Amira and to Sean on what happened.
All these people that have made this claim about mass rapes, so they're going to say the same thing. We're vindicated. Remember, like when the New York Times piece came out, oh, I saw these tankies denying this story about these mass rape gangs, coordinated Hamas rape gangs. All these tankies were denying this. Well, you feel pretty silly now. Now the New York Times has weighed in on it. They were trying to act like that was vindication. That's all been completely debunked now. That has completely fallen apart. And now they're going to do the same thing with this UN thing. Well, now the UN's thing. Now there's no possible way you can deny it. Like, it's absurd. Yeah, and of course no one gives a shit, like Zades is pointing out, like the credible claims of like sexual assault and abuse that happens in these Israeli prisons, which just never gets talked about, never investigated. Hillary Clinton doesn't feel like weighing in on that. Tanky's bearing the burden of being right once again. It's really easy to be right about this stuff all the time. Really, really easy.
You're saying that we've seen what desperate people needing food and so on. What could are you saying that the tragedy was the result of the stampede of people?
There's an investigation ongoing by
it's an investigation
government
now.
of Israel. I know they've released preliminary.
By the government of Israel. There's an investigation by the government of Israel. Don't worry. And again, that's the thing when we take claims at face value. First of all, Israel admitted that they opened fire on the people. That's the amazing thing about this story. They admitted early, like right away, that they opened fire on people. Then when, of course, it leads to this international outcry, they say, oh, actually, no, that didn't happen. Actually, we were just joking. And now you have this fucking weasel at the State Department using this kind of language. Oh, the Israeli government's investigating this incident. And again, when we have evidence of Israeli crimes, that has to lead this. We have to have this investigation. When Israel just makes whatever bullshit claim, automatic, like UNRWA employees participating in October 7th, or the beheaded babies or the rape gangs or whatever it is, totally taken face value, accepted as fact right away. No investigation needed, no investigation required. Like, look at how absurd this is. Like, we talked about this incident on Friday. There was reporting on this that IDF soldiers opened fire on this crowd. They admitted it themselves because they were scared. And now the IDF's concluded an initial review of the unfortunate incident where Gazan civilians were trampled to death and injured as they charged to the aid convoy. Our initial review has confirmed that no strike was carried out by the IDF towards the aid convoy. So they've changed their own story. And this is the investigation now that the U.S. government says, oh, they're investigating. They're looking into it.
Early hours of Thursday morning, the Israel Defense Forces facilitated a humanitarian operation to help bring aid to civilians in northern Gaza. This was the fourth night in a row that we facilitated such an operation because we want humanitarian aid to reach Gazan civilians in need. You see, our war is not against the people of Gaza. Our war is against Hamas. It is Hamas who started this war on October 7th. It is Hamas that had caused immense suffering to civilians on both sides of the border. The IDF is...
It's honestly beyond parody. Like, it really is. It is really beyond parody. Like, it looks like a cutscene from like Red Alert or like a CD-ROM, like a real-time strategy game from the 90s. It's very much giving Red Alert too. So that's the investigation that he's talking about. Remember, they admitted. Oh, hold on one sec.
A preliminary assessment, but there's a further investigation going on. But clearly, the reason all those people were out there in the first place at 4:30 in the morning, I think it's easy to lose sight of that. This is not in the middle of the day. It's 4:30 in the morning. And the reason that many people were out there was because they're so desperate for food and assistance. When aid trucks roll in, especially in the middle of the night, you shouldn't have to see people swarming them for aid. They should have confidence that aid will be distributed. But they don't right now, and for good reason, because aid hasn't been getting there, and they're desperate to feed their families.
Okay, but you don't doubt that the Israeli military fired on those people. That there were gunshots.
They have offered a public assessment of what's happened, and they said that they did fire in one context. We do not have any independent confirmation of how the actual events rolled out. I know that there are differing assessments and conflicting evidence about what happened, which is why we're going to wait the outcome of the investigation.
Yeah, but I mean, as wonderful as it is to send them aid by airplanes, I mean, 38,000 meals, that's like .07, 117 to each one person. I mean, that's a very small amount. The best way, obviously, is via ground. And the U.S. can send in trucks. I don't think that the Israelis would shoot or would fire on, American-controlled trailer trucks and so on.
So I think you number one are missing everything I just said, both in my opening comments and please don't interrupt, because I didn't interrupt you. About the fact that these airdrops are intended to supplement, not replace. And while they are insufficient by themselves, they are still important and will provide meals to people who otherwise did not have them. So we do feel they meet a critical need, and we will continue them. But that does not change the fundamental underlying issue, which is we do need to get more aid in through land delivery and potentially through sea delivery, and that's what we're trying to accomplish.
Yeah. First of all, I'm not dismissing the value of that. In fact, I asked that question last week if the U.S. would do something like this. Nor was I interrupting you. I'm just saying I realize that it's it's an effort, but it's a very small effort. There are other ways, and even by sea. I mean, I understand the U.S. military has these wonderful causeways. They can roll things in. You don't have to have a harbor and so on. But that is still inefficient. I mean, it's the United States and Egypt and so on. If there is a political decision, to ensure, to basically force Israel to allow trucks in, I believe that they will prevail. You don't think that the U.S. can prevail if it pressures Israel to allow these trucks in?
We are making clear that more trucks need to come in from the senior-most levels of this government.
Oh, fuck. Damn it. I can hear myself I have like monitoring on in my headphones. It was a bit, obviously. Obviously, I knew that I was muted. Obviously, I knew that. So, I was just saying, though, that it was funny that it's been 20 minutes of him basically like saying the same thing over and over and over again. Just saying the same thing. We were having conversations about more aid getting in, and all these reporters trying to like get him to reckon with the idea that our greatest ally are the people not letting the trucks in the first place, and him just having to kind of come up with different ways of saying the same thing over and over and over again. We're having tough conversations. We're desperate for more aid to get in. And trying desperately to get him to reconcile with the idea that like it's not like they're intentionally starving people. That's why the aid's not getting in. This is a deliberate campaign of famine that we're supporting. So how are you talking about how important it is that we're sending in humanitarian aid and we're being so helpful? Him having to lick his eyeballs to keep them moist as he comes up with another lie. Fuck. Jesus. Sorry, it was my son calling me on the phone. I was just taking a second to talk to him. He really likes, because I told you he was really into like Willy Wonka, and I was showing him that like Glasgow Willy Wonka experience, and he really we were really laughing at the whole thing with the unknown, that like now iconic clip of saying, "What is that? It's the unknown," and the creepy like unknown guy behind the mirror. And it's funny how the unknown now has become like a character now. Like people actually kind of like it. I find that pretty funny. Listen, every single life is precious, but I will not entertain a discussion on what happened to that life. Yeah, like why is this aid not getting in? Is it because we defunded UNRWA? Is it because the Israeli government's not letting it in? Is it because Israeli citizens are having a little bouncy castle party on the border to ensure that it doesn't get in? Well, we don't know. We just need to continue to have the tough conversations with Israel where we tell them about what our feelings are. We feel very strongly that they should let it in, and then they say no, and we say, okay, thank you, sir. Here's more billions of dollars, completely unconditionally. For some reason, they won't do what we say. We just keep giving them unconditionally billions of dollars, and they just won't listen to us. It's so confusing and frustrating. Israel has a right to do bouncy castle in front of that aid. That's right. It's Hamas is doing that, actually. Hamas is forcing Israeli citizens against their will to have a bouncy castle party to increase the famine that's happening. He seconds. Oh, you already missed that. He already went on the October 7th monologue. I'm sure he'll go back to the well. He absolutely. We support their legitimate campaign to ensure that October 7th, the violence of October 7th, never happens again. That's why we support their legitimate campaign to do that, which of course has not been reflected in reality in any way whatsoever. We support them, their right to engage in this completely fictional thing that we made up. But we're at the same time, we're having deep conversations about the concern that we have for civilian deaths and for the possibility of aid getting in. I got to turn this off soon.
A couple more questions. Of course, I think it was raised that there's something like 15 children that have already died of starvation in Gaza, and there seems to be maybe hundreds more in the coming days. And
You're responsible for that, sir. You're making excuses for it.
Very desperate. Let me ask you about UNRWA.
The sick person is a monster.
A decision on
Demon.
Continuing aid or resuming aid to UNRWA?
We have made clear that we are going to make that determination at the conclusion of the 2 investigations the UN is conducting with respect to UNRWA. Neither of those investigations has concluded at this point.
Do you have any calendar?
But you suspend aid before the investigation.
The people in UNRWA are saying that the situation is horrible.
It's a question you should direct to the UN about how long those 2 investigations.
Maybe you should think about suspending aid after the investigation and not before.
Speed up the process.
I think it's in the UN's interest that the investigations be completed as soon as possible. I'm sure that they're well aware of that.
And finally, I have one.
We would love to just restore funding to UNRWA. We just can't do it. Our hands are tied.
On the hostage talks, no, I'm not going to read those out in detail, other than to say, as I said in my opening comments, that there is a deal on the table, and that deal would get hostages out. It would deliver a temporary ceasefire of 6 weeks, and it would allow more aid to come in. So
after the 6 weeks, what happens?
Accept the deal.
After the 6 weeks, the bombing starts again? So they give up all the hostages, and then the bombing continues.
I will let Israel.
Why are they not taking that deal?
We are engaged in the ongoing talks and want them to conclude successfully.
Concerned that this indicates that they would not, accept any Hamas counter proposals or discuss
Israel has
them
made
at all?
clear that they want a deal to secure the release of hostages. They have been engaged to try to secure a deal to release hostages and achieve a temporary ceasefire, and we'll continue to engage with them in that regard.
You spoke of the Israeli investigation into what happened last Thursday. Would the U.S. support an independent investigation?
So I've heard those calls for an independent investigation. I have, as yet, have not seen who people have in mind or what body they have in mind to conduct such an independent investigation. I did note that the UN says that it is sending UN staff into hospitals to look at the nature of the wounds to see if it was a small number of people who were killed by gunshot or whether it was a larger number or whether the...
But their investigation said they didn't fire at all.
...being run over by trucks or crushed in the horrific events that occurred. So it does appear the UN is conducting at least its own kind of assessment of what happened, and we support them doing that.
And then on the Gantz visit, there's been a lot of political furor in Israel from Netanyahu and members of his coalition. Does the U.S., I guess, can you talk us through why you thought it was still...
Can we be sure that Hamas didn't plant bullets in those bodies? We don't know.
The War Cabinet, someone with whom the Secretary has engaged in his visits to Israel, someone with whom the Secretary has had one-on-one phone calls on repeated occasions when we're back here in the United States. So what ministers traveled to the United States and how they make those decisions.
The chaotic incident when there was food aid related deaths.
An internal matter for the government of Israel to determine on their own. For our part, we find him an important figure inside the Israeli government to engage with, and given the number of issues that we have currently that we are in discussion with the government of Israel about, including the need to surge humanitarian assistance in, for our purposes, it's an important meeting to have.
I have a couple on Haiti.
Let's go ahead.
God, our whole society is just run by the absolute most sickest people. Just sick, monstrous, disgusting people. And yeah, while this investigation is taking place, while they're waiting for the facts to come in, we now have breaking from 426. Al Jazeera reports Israel's military is opening fire right now at thousands of hungry civilians at Al Kuwait roundabout in Gaza City. And then we'll do an investigation about that one as well. We're going to look into that one very strongly as well. And then while we're investigating that, there's going to be some other fucking crime, some other massacre. Yeah, no, I'm sure after the investigation, they'll determine that they were mistaken to think that there was any gunfire happening. Keeps the investigating department working. Wonder if they ever release anything. It's really the best job security you can possibly have if you're working for the Israeli War Crime Investigation Unit. You're just always busy. You never don't have a job. Just seeing if there's anything about that today that we can look at. Not really. Oh, stretch the old legs here. Folks, I got to get going soon. But on here, 4 hours, 54 minutes. I do have to get going. I got to do a podcast in about a little over an hour. I'd like to maybe take a little break from yapping before I do the podcasting. You will still notice, though, that I am 16 subs away from the goal. So one final time, I will try to rally people. And if you do support this program, folks, please subscribe if you can. This has been a long stream today. I like doing these longer streams, but again, it's like if I'm going to be here longer than usual, then I really need to hit the sub goals. It's hard to justify spending this amount of time if it's not going to get to the result that I kind of need to do. So if anyone else wants to please subscribe to TRRS, the show that you are currently watching, with me, your friend, good old Rob. 16 measly subs away from the goal. If you can, please subscribe and help support the show. Also, again,
you can count on
tips,
me.
super
You're going to have
valuable.
good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Tips also very much appreciated this week. I'm going to try to do a longer
You can count on
stream
me.
tomorrow
You're
as
going to
well.
have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Bon, thanks for the gifted sub, and thanks Sikalufakis as well for the gifted sub.
You can count on me. You're going to have good old
Dorco,
Rob
thank
to
you,
talk you
Dorco,
through all
very
this.
kind of you. Strong bad emails? I'm not sure. I don't totally know. I think you do need to have PayPal. That's my understanding. And there it is. Yes. A measly 13
You can count on
subs
me.
to
You're
go.
going to have good
Chaos,
old
thanks for
Rob
the 3
to
gifted
talk you
subs.
through all this.
Thank you, Chaos the Gardener. Very kind of you. I appreciate it. Now it's a special time, too, because we're 10 subs away. And not only could someone get me across the finish line for today in terms of the sub goal, but could also play the very cool and elite and exclusive 10 gift sub alert featuring a certain friend of the show who will be returning to the program next week. That's exciting. And also, if I get somehow 25 more subs the next couple of minutes, I'll sing a little song. Which I guess is still doable. Yeah, Risk Inverse, VJ Prashad, next week, March 13th. March 13th, VJ Prashad, returning, renowned scholar, historian, journalist, author, and my friend, my personal friend. VJ Prashad, next week. Moss, hello, thank you for the $5. Thank you, Moss. Renowned fan of Avatar and Steely Dan.
Hi, Rob.
Thank you, Moss. I really appreciate the tip. And again, folks, if possible, tips. Very, very appreciated this week. It's been a bit of a rough couple months. Our friend, that's right, Godzone Drunk, that's right. We do have one more gifted sub is going to kick off a hype train as well. I don't want to get people too excited here. But 2 minutes to go. One more sub or gifted sub would do it. Get
You
this
can
hype
count
train
on
out of
me.
the
You're going to have
station.
good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Rye, thank you for the gifted sub. That's very kind of you. Thank you. I'm into Dune 2. Dune 2 viewings of Dune 2. I do really want to see it again. I don't know if I'll go to see it in the theaters again. I do really want to see it though. Anyway, speaking
You can
of
count
Dune,
on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Fuck, what's even the command? I've kind of moved away from the whole worm god thing, but maybe it's so topical we should bring it back up. Crystal, thank you for the gifted sub as well. Oh, it was Clout Must Flow. And that's the thing, if you're not convinced... Oh no! No! Look at that. The man is trying to censor images of Rob as a worm god. Unbelievable. It worked for you? Oh, okay. Good. Folks, we're a mere 8 subs away. A few generous souls can drag my tired ass across the finish line. Are you a bad enough dude? Are you a bad enough dude to support TRRS and help me meet today's sub goal before I do it all over again tomorrow? I love it. I love this job. Only 8 subs to go. Can we do it? I think we can. I think we can do it. Sorry, I'm just scrolling my folder here. I'm trying to find the image. There's a bunch of other weird like worm images that were made for a while, but there we go. Look at that. Topical. Isn't this something that you want to contribute to? Hold on. Isn't this something you want to contribute to? Look at that. See, if you're not subscribed to the show, that's you. That's you on the bottom there. You're on the outside looking in. When you do subscribe, as you see, you get into that base level of the friendship triangle system. Gifting subscriptions can get you up into that chaos zone And when you gift 5 subs or above, that does put you into the elite level of the friendship triangle system. That's Twitch's only 2-dimensional triangle-shaped friendship access and trickle-down clout tiered reward system. And at the top is where the clout is most concentrated. As the clout flows and trickles down. And if you're in the elite level, you get more of a concentrated dose. Folks, 80% of the way through level 2 of this hype train, with 1 minute left. Another 1 or 2 gifted subs to get to at least level 3. Look at this image on the screen right now. You're saying that's not something you want to support? Can you really honestly look at that image and say that to yourself? Oh no, it's not for me. It's a Octo Squiddies, exactly. It's a triangle scheme. And scheme, I would object to that language as well. It's a triangle program, which is totally legal, and not a pyramid scheme, which is in 3 dimensions. Exactly. It's in 2 dimensions. It's 2-dimensional. It's a 2-dimensional triangle-shaped friendship access and trickle-down clout tiered rewards.
We simply use the computer to mark up the size of the account.
Oh, thank you, Risk Inverse, for the 245 bits.
You've just become an elite member of the Friendship Triangle.
Look at that. That's how it works. That's how it works. Staggeringly handsome chatter. Thank you for the 5 gifted subs. That's what I'm talking about. Thank you very, very much. Staggeringly handsome chatter. Very cool. All the way to the top. All the way to the top of the triangle. Wonderful.
We simply use the computer to mark up the size of the account.
Thank you, Strong Bad Emails, for the 100 bits. That's very nice of you. And thank you, Anon.
You can count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Thank you, Anon, for the gifted sub as well. Very much appreciated, Anon. We're 2 measly subs away, folks. 2 measly subs away from the goal. Can you believe that it's that few?
We simply use the computer to mark up the size of the account.
Strong Bad Emails. I think you just like to see this image of dancing Rob on the screen. Is that it? Is that about right? Thank you for the 100 bits, though. That's very kind of you. Only 2 measly subs to go. Unbelievable.
You can count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Mask loves you. Thank you for the gifted sub as well. Thank you, Mask loves you. I appreciate it. Strong. You should see there's been other worm images, like unsanctioned worm images that have been created by people in this community, and it's like genuinely upsetting to look at, honestly. I don't even know where I could find those. Oh, I did see this. Yeah, this was me.
We simply use the computer to mark up the size of the account.
Can I be in the Tarangle?
Hell yeah. Perilous, thanks for the 500 bits. Thank you. Of course you can be. In fact, you are. You are in the triangle, and I appreciate you, and we're friends now. Folks, is there one more brave and generous hero that would like to support this program? We just need one more. Who's going to be the hero? Rye, thank you for the 50 bits. I really appreciate it.
You can count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Anon, thank you. Anon came through. The most Christ-like of all sub-gifters, as I pointed out many times. They don't want the accolades. They don't want the clout. They don't need it. I appreciate so much our beloved anonymous gifters. Let's rate our friend Hildy. Not all heroes wear capes, it's true. Let's rate our friend Hildy. I will be back tomorrow. I'll try to do another longer stream tomorrow. Please give my regards to Hildy. I may be back later for some hell diving. It is possible that even though maybe I shouldn't be sitting at my desk this long, it's physically bad for me. But I may be back later for some gaming. So thank you again, folks. I appreciate it. Thanks for supporting this program. I'll talk to you tomorrow. Or maybe tonight. Who knows?